So 8 degrees Celsius is the ambient temperature outside. But as I said earlier, it looks to be improving throughout the course of the day, and probably by the just after 1 o'clock, we'll be at the highest temperatures of the day. Green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid. Some of the drivers decide to hold back. The likes of Job Liefeld, Austin Lee, Farin Mega, and Kai Gilles. So the team game now comes into play a little bit here in qualifying. The slipstream is worth quite a significant chunk of time, maybe to the tune of about half a second. So Enzo van den Dickenberg is the first driver out there, along with Tommy van der Stroys, Mathis Turlo, Ralf van der Pevert, and now Mega, Breedveld, Lee, and Gilles is still in the pre-grid at the moment, so very shortly I'm sure that he will be out of there. So Gilles has secured the Belgian Max Challenge, the Euro Trophy title, and also secured his place in the honour roll of the Rotax Max International Trophy by winning the Junior Rotax class at Le Mans. So Van der Stroys crosses the line. 1 minute .389. It's going to be significantly quicker than that, let me assure you. Mathis Turlo, Enzo van den Dickenberg, and then Ralf van der Pevert and Luke Neeson round out the an all-Dutch top 5 at the moment. I've just seen Mega and Lee just cross the line as well, with Rodionovs from Latvia. Austin Lee goes P6 on a 1 minute 3.036, but still there's going to be plenty of time to find, as I just spotted that Farin Mega went a little bit sideways coming through. Or was it it might have been Breedveld. Breedveld might have been pushing too hard. He went sideways going through turn 6. So we're already into the real meat and potatoes of qualifying. Tommy van der Stroys, top of the timesheets, 56.614 for the Dutchman. Days Dams goes up into P3. Olivier Jonkers, Montego Mas and Lakeron Sorensen did round out the top 11, or the top 10. As Farin Mega goes P4. 57.358 for the youngster from Germany. Job Breedveld and Austin Lee go 3rd and 8th respectively, as Kai Gilles on cue jumps to the top of the timesheets on a 56.521 second lap time. 2 minutes and 10 still to go on the clock. Top 9 rounded out by the 2.23 of Germany's Austin Lee, covered by just over 9.5 tenths of a second. And Van der Stroys already into the high 55.8. Turlo goes 55.9. Van der Pevert goes P3 before Luke Neeson jumps in. So does Thijs Dams. Montego Masson up to 7th. Lakeron Sorensen up to 12th. So just over a minute to go in qualification, and Gilles leads the way, 55.539. Van der Stroys goes quicker, gets to within 2 tenths. Mathis Turlo also improves, gets to within half a tenth of Van der Stroys. Days Dams goes 2nd. Olivier Jonkers up into 8th. Montego Masson 13th. Casper Schormans now jumps up into P3. He was 2nd yesterday in qualifying. Nick Gerhard's having a better session this time around. The Dutchman in the 2.06 goes up into P8. We've got 30 seconds on the clock. Austin Lee jumps back up into the top 10 with a 9th place finish. on his penultimate lap in qualifying. "15 seconds on the clock to go, and Rilets has already hit the 55.2s, the only driver to do so. Now the checkered comes out, and the first one to cross the line to take it will be Ralph van der Pevert, Luke Neeson 7th. Vic Stevens up to 3rd. Daysdam 6th, Luke Neeson 8th. Schormans goes 4th at the end of it. Tino Sidler out in juniors this time around. Job Briefeld goes P2. Rilets goes in and puts a 55.055. Austin Lee takes 11th, but Kai Rilets improved every single lap after the initial banker lap and puts it on provisional pole, 55.055. Job Briefeld rounds out the top two. Matthias Turlo and Tommy van der Stroy's yet to cross the finish line and take the checkered. Van der Stroy 7th. Matthias Turlo does not improve and stays in P3. So that really concludes the session. So Rilets takes pole on the final day of competition for the 2021 season. 274 from JJ Racing by nearly 0.3 of a second ahead of Job Briefeld. Matthias Turlo takes 3rd ahead of Vic Stevens. Farin Mega completes the top 5, covered by just a fraction over 0.4. Casper Schormans this time has to settle for 6th ahead of Tommy van der Stroy's. Nick Gerhards, Thijs Dams, Luke Neeson rounding out the top 10. Austin Lee, Enzo van den Dickenberg rounds out the top 12 ahead of Boluet, Ralph van der Pevert, Olivier Jonkers, Montigo Maassen, Lake Ron Sorensen, Grik Knoren, Tino Sidler, Pak Gabels and Latvia's Romans Rodionovs rounding out the 21 strong. And with the top 17 in that session covered by a fraction under 1.1 seconds. 3 sessions down, 3 to go. And next up is our first set of senior Rotax qualifiers. 14 of which will be in one group, 13 of which will be in another. And based on that, we'll determine the combined qualifying results, as the green flag is now shown at the end of the dummy grid. The 5 minutes have started to elapse. So Sean Butcher came into this leading the championship standings. Was second in the championship, but because of Luca Leistra not able to compete this weekend, he effectively becomes the de facto championship leader. Took a maximum score of points, pipped Chaos Sport teammate Lachlan Robinson with in the battle for pole position by less than 8/100ths of a second, and went on to win both races yesterday. Max Stemmerdink is in this group as well. He managed to get a third and a fourth yesterday, putting him on an additional 29 points. There have been dramas throughout the racing, as it's always the case with senior Rotax. And the first couple of drivers end up coming out, Buzz Janssen being one of them. And Sam Bergstein in the 319. So 2 out of the 14 drivers have now made their way out onto the circuit. And so from them, we will get a real understanding of how the track is going to evolve. So it's just 2 on their own, Janssen and Bergstein. And I'm just keeping my eyes on when the rest of the field decides to make their way out onto the circuit. So Janssen and Bergstein cross the line. Bergstein sets down a marker of a 57.978. We're nearly at the halfway point of the session, and still there are 12 drivers sitting, waiting to see who's going to blink first. And at the front right, as now Sean Butcher decides to get out there quickly before everybody else. About 2 minutes and 25 to go. So Sam Bergstein sets the initial benchmark of 57.978. I would think probably at a push you might get 2 to maybe 3 laps. Sam Bergstein now into the 54.4s. There's been a little bit of a drama here for Remco Bahn in the 349, and that is a precarious place for the kart to be purchased, and that's between turns 4 and 5. Got away with that one by the skin of his nose next to Remco Bahn. My goodness me. You don't want to have the ball drop like that in qualifying, because now that's going to maybe give Remco Bahn 1 lap at the very least, or the very most. So Sam Bergstein continues to lead the way in qualifying. We've got 1 minute and 13 on the clock to go, and he's about to complete another lap as the Dutch driver on the 319. But it's at a 54.204. But when we get the likes of Justin Pollman, Max Stemmerdink, Sean Butcher, all coming across the line, as that contingent will be making their way through into turn 9 now, with 49 seconds on the clock remaining. Okay, let's get the benchmark really up, shall we? Let's see what Sean Butcher has to say about Sam Bergstein's lap time. Goes second, 54.288. Justin Pollman goes P3. Turn Schmidt, 7th. Woodier from France goes 10th. I had Alexander Bentley who's had a little bit of a difficult start to the weekend yesterday. Ended up 20th on the day result classification. So the checkered next time will be out and Sean Butcher will be the one to get it. And then it will be down to what happens with Group 2 that will be up next, as the checkered will now wave. And it will be Remco Bahn, who puts in a 55.210, a 54.951, my apologies there, goes 12th in the session. But Butcher, hopefully he's got it all hooked up, and it's going to be enough. Out of the final corner comes the 301, across the line. Goes top, 53.779. Now, if memory serves me correctly, that was quicker than yesterday. I think it was a 54.04, I think it was, with regards to it. So Butcher has set a benchmark for Group 2. And no one, I repeat, no one has been able to touch it. And he's gone top of the timesheets by 0.265 of a second. So Sean Butcher, representing Great Britain, puts in a 53.779. That's an impressive lap time from him. Justin Poleman in second, Danny Prince in third, ahead of Sam Bergstein. Vincent Bouteille running out the top 5. And Bergstein and Bouteille actually set exactly the same lap time, but Bergstein got the benefit of that, having set the lap time first. Max Stemmerdijk in 6th, ahead of Nick Kuppens. Gilles Clouet, Teun Schmidt, Buzz Janssen, Bart de Wit, Alexander Bentley, Alec Verbergt, and Remco Bahn rounding out the 14 strong. So the penultimate qualifying session of not just today, but also of the season, about to get underway with Senior Rotax Group 2 qualifying. So 5 minutes will be set on the timer, and the green flag will wave in just under 60 seconds' time. So the time to beat is a 53.779 second lap time set by the 3:01 of Sean Butcher. So the highest placed driver out of this group is the 316 of Lachlan Robinson, representing the United Arab Emirates. 2 second places, following on from the pre-final and the final yesterday. So Dylan LaHaye looks to be in this group, as does the 323 of Flint Schuring, the 310 of Mario Sidler from Switzerland. So the green flag has been shown to the drivers at the end of the dummy grid. And just behind them, for those watching at home, you can see that the DD2 and the DD2 Masters are now making their way into the servicing park. And the pre-grid closes in about 10 minutes' time ahead of their qualifying session at 11 o'clock this morning. No driver from this second group of Senior Rotax racers have yet to venture out onto the circuit. And again, it is the waiting game to see who decides to blink first and go out there. The question is, who is going to blink first? Who is going to decide to start up the Rotax Max Evo engine and get going? So there is an eerie silence at the track when we would expect that carts would be straight out of the pre-grid and out onto the circuit itself. And then the floodgates open, and that was a bit of a light up of the rear tyres by one Ehad Turker. As Robinson gets out there first before Mario Sidler. The pair was side by side. It was like a pit lane in Formula One where one driver was trying to get the best of the other, and we just had a bit of a drama for one of the drivers, and that is Christian de Klein. I think got a little bit blindsided there going through turn 2, and the grass is incredibly wet, so the Dutch driver is now going to have to lift or pull that car onto the circuit. So Dorrestein, I believe, in the 324 was involved in that multi-cart incident that saw one mount the other, jockeying for position. And de Klein still now finally gets it back onto the tarmac. Will start the engine back up and go onto the circuit. Tyres will still be a little bit damp and a little bit slick because of the venture onto the grass. As there was a move by Ehad Turker that really needed to be done in a race, not in a qualifying session, and he went sideways when he hit the ankles. Back end stepped out to the left-hand side as he side through past Mario Sidler. So Robinson sets the benchmark initially, but then Ehad Turker and Wout Kirstens have dropped the benchmark time to around about just over a minute, but with a time of 53.779 seconds from Sean Butcher to beat after qualifying in Group 1. It's all about who puts the lap together. Hay trying to get some track position, as is Lara Zanen in the 397. Lara Zanen had a bit of luck come his way yesterday. Danny Prins had a 5th place finish and then had a 0-point finish in the pre-final and the final respectively. We'll get a truer indication of the pace once Lachlan Robinson crosses the line. So effectively becomes second in the championship behind Sean Butcher after yesterday's festivities. And Ducati-based driver, comes out across the line. 54.734. Mario Sidler now goes top by 12 1,000ths. So they'll have another couple of laps at their disposal to put down a marker in qualifying. And Robinson last year took third place in the Euro Trophy. The first ever driver from the UAE that actually was able to qualify for the Grand Finals. Did it again this year and has been running here. So he's done double duty as Robinson. So both in the Euro Trophy and also in the BNL karting series. Also, he and Sean Butcher amongst with quite a few drivers from this contingent that did compete at Le Mans at the International Trophy in late July. So, Robinson crosses the line. Now, 19 seconds on the clock, 54.035. So quicker than his lap time yesterday. And Christian Decline, despite having that off-track excursion off of turn number 2 onto the very damp and soggy grass, still has put it P9 in the session. Time has hit 0, so the checkered will be out. So Decline will not get another lap in. This will be his last attempt. Decline gets his head down, goes P3. Nice effort there. Very nice effort indeed. Now the rest of the field making their way through into turn 10. Robinson will be the first one to cross the line after Decline and get the checkered. And Robinson out of the final corner puts the pedal to the metal across the line. 53.947. It's not enough, but Jori Schoens goes P2 on a 53.884, having a little bit of advantage through some slipstreaming come the 365's way, and gets to within 7 100ths of Sean Butcher's time from the first group. So Jori Schoens takes the session ahead of Lachlan Robinson. Dylan Hay rounds out the top 3 ahead of Christian Decline, who despite that off-track excursion still managed to put it in P4. Erhard Turker put it in 5th place ahead of Wimbledon Benoit. Mario Silva from Switzerland in 7th ahead of Beard Dorrestein, Scott Westhovens and Flint Schuring, all representing the Netherlands, completing the top 10, covered by half a second. Lara Zanian in 11th, with Kirstens in 12th ahead of Robbie Soder in the 387, representing Belgium. it's now time for our last qualifying session of the season, and it's DD2 and DD2 Masters. One driver has already decided to bolt and go out there, Dmitry Ostrovsky from Germany in the 580. In the DD2 Masters class now out on circuit. And the next person out is Christoph Adams in the 555. Coming into today, Ragnar Virus took a second and a victory yesterday amidst what transpired between Zana Schublak and Glenn Van Parijs in the second race. So the final yesterday. So Van Parijs has 6 wins to his credit this season. Patrick Knowles Lokmelis from Latvia rounds out the top 2 ahead of Glenn Van Parijs in the top 3 for DD2 ahead of Yanni Gustens and Mick Knowlton. Bruno Dos Santos has 45 points after yesterday. Ahead of Carl Clébaut. Rudy Champion, Christoph Adams and Dmitry Ostrovsky ran out the top 5. It's not been a good weekend for Jonathan Wimoy in comparison to what we've seen from the French driver earlier on this season. Ostrovsky has just put in a 57.707. As now the pace really picks up here in DD2 and DD2 Masters. The pole time for the respective classes. Glenn Van Parijs put in a 53.260 yesterday. It was Carl Clébaut with a 53.964 that took pole in DD2 Masters. As we're halfway through the session. So with all the drivers now out on circuit, the ramp up in qualifying begins now. Ostrovsky now in the 55s. Yanni Gustens now leads the way in terms of overall positioning. 54.408 from the 490. Maxim Didix from the same stable at Shapers Racing, rounding out the top 2 for Belgium in terms of nationalities. Ragnar Virus now goes top, 53.729 ahead of fellow Estonian Devin Sagadi, because then they were split quickly by Patrick Knowles Lokmelis from Latvia in the 418, 54.065. But Glenn Van Parijs goes to within 2.5 tenths of his pole position time from yesterday. Exactly 53.5 seconds on the decimal point for the Belgian. Looking to secure his 3rd title in the BNL karting series. Mike Van Vugt has already done that, both with winning in Minimax and twice in a row in 2018 and 2019 in Junior Rotax. Some drivers will be starting their final flying lap on the circuit here. But Ragnar Virus has gone quicker than Van Parijs, the 441, representing Estonia. Zana Schublak goes P3, 53.404. It was 4 tenths actually separating Van Parijs, Schublak and Virus in qualifying. So time is fast about to expire, and I think the next time he comes around, just keeping an eye for where Glenn Van Parijs is out on the circuit, and the checkered flag falls, and the first one to take it is Tom Dessert. Mick Knowlton 4th, Carl Clébaut 7th. Dos Santos in 10th. Virus now crosses the line, as does Sagadi. Virus stays second, does not improve. Lokmelis crosses line, stays 5th. Next up, it's Shriblak. And Van Parijs has gone, wait for it, quicker than yesterday by 34 thousandths of a second. A 53.226 on point, on cue. Van Parijs does it again. Brilliant double pole position over the 2 days of competition here at Karting Genk. So he takes the session by 96 thousandths. So it's a Belgian 1-2 at the top of the timesheets with Zana Shriblak. 2018 and 2019 DD2 champion here in the BNL, and then 2020 Euro Trophy champion. Ragnar Virus rounds out the top 3, so it's a repeat of the top 3 overall this time around. Mick Knowlton in 4th, ahead of Patrick Snols-Lokmelis from Latvia. Kilian Gerhard in the 4.25 takes 6th. Carl Klibor, again for the second day in succession, takes pole position in DD2 Masters, 7th overall, 0.574 off of Van Parijs. Yanni Gussens in 8th, ahead of Yori Golan. Bruno Dos Santos, 2nd in DD2 Masters, but 10th overall in qualifying, ahead of fellow countryman Rudy Champion in the 5.44. Devin Sagadi rounds out the top 12 ahead of Christoph Adams, Maxim Dirix, Tom Dessau, Dmitry Ostrovsky, Jonathan Wimore, and Maxim Shaposhnikov from Russia, rounding out the 18 strong. That now concludes qualifying, and in just under 40 minutes, we get the first few races of the 10-race schedule here today at 11:45. We start things off with the last 5 pre-finals of the season before we get to the business end of the weekend and also of the championship. Join us just before 11:45 as we bring you live coverage here direct from the home of champions, Karting Genk, as we crown our champions and give away tickets to the grand finals later on today. Well, we have to have a chat with one of our young Micromax drivers. Tom Pappenberg joins me. Tom.
Yes.
You come into this race weekend as the championship leader after a fantastic weekend at Marienborg.
Yes.
How are your feelings coming back to Genk? Because you guys didn't have a chance to race earlier on this year.
Yes. Genk is a nice track. I like it really much. I trained really much here a year ago. First session of the day, Friday, it was like super difficult to be back on track. A little bit. It was like engines problems first. The engine was good, but our chassis a little bit testing. But Saturday qualifying went really good. P1 with slipstream. My slipstream is here like 4/10. That's really well. First race was really bad, and because my my left
your left wheel was
left
it?
wheel
Yeah.
was like no bar or something, and I crashed like so to Boas, and then we did start 11th in the pack, but then the final race was really good. I was from 11th to 2nd.
Yeah, and you must be looking forward to the next two races.
Yes.
Good. Well done, and good luck for the next two races, and hopefully we'll see you maybe standing on this top step.
Yes, I'll try my best.
So there we go, Tom Pappenberg, ladies and gentlemen, our championship leader for Micromax. The green flag waves once again, and now we get the racing action underway as the drivers, some of them are struggling to get out, one of which is Felipe Reyes in the number 70. But let's have a look at your starting grid following on from qualification earlier on today. So for Micromax pre-final day 2, the grid is as follows. It's a triple Dutch delight at the front of the field. Boris Maximov took pole position with a 1 minute 3.001 this morning. And we'll have current championship leader Tom Pappenberg alongside on the front row. Felipe Reyes, who is just trying to get the kart going. It's due to start in third. We'll have Vic van Kampenhout from Belgium alongside. Jentley Moonen, post-qualification, was given a 3-place grid penalty for finding that the front fairing was not in the correct position. So dropped from 2nd to 5th. And Moonen will have Stig de Rademaker alongside. Lucas Torder in number 12 starts 7th. Alongside Great Britain's James Roberts with Jack Freeman in the number 93. Alongside Germany's Noah Janssen in the 31. Tristan Shays, Liam Sokol and Matthijs Piesens in the 46. The 9 and the 99 will round out the 13 strong. And unfortunately, there is the forlorn kart of Felipe Reyes that will not be going any further around the circuit. So we're ready before the red light has gone out. We've been allowed to go racing. We're down to 12 drivers. That's 13 minutes. Set on the timer. For those watching at home, you'll see that the rental kart area, the smaller circuit there, still in circulation. But we're on the penultimate race of the season, and Pappenberg will need to do the utmost to stay ahead of the competition. Drivers weaving from side to side. It's got maybe that extra bit of temperature in the tyre. Ready to go racing. Temperature now 12 degrees Celsius and climbing. Local time is 11:47 a.m. here in Belgium, so if you're watching in the UK, it's an hour behind. 10 more races to conclude the season for the BNL Karting Series in 2021. The drivers make their way out of the final corner, turn 12, into the tram lines. Revs rise for the first time today, and we are lights out and go. And Maximov gets the initial advantage. Moonen's trying to go up the inside to try and get into second at the very least, as there has been a little bit of a tangle. Oh, and a drama between Vic van Kampenhout and Noah Janssen. Noah Janssen had nowhere to go, unfortunately. I'm wondering if there was a little bit of contact that caused van Kampenhout to be pointing the wrong way. Nevertheless, things are moving forward. It looks like Lucas Dodeur has gotten ahead of the likes of Stig de Reitemaker. Obviously, Vic van Kampenhout compromised in that initial incident, but Maximov leads the way. Pappenberg in second, Jente Moonen up from 5th place into 3rd. Down the straightaway, through into the right-hand sweeper here at 10. Pappenberg is going to use the slipstream, as you saw by those watching at home, saying the slipstream here is around about 4/10, and that could play into the young Dutchman's advantage. Across the line to complete lap number 1. Top 4 covered by 6.5 tenths. And Jack Freeman from Great Britain has profited significantly. He started down in 9th, he's now P5. Had a little chat with the young man earlier on today. Loves the fast straights, the tight and twisty sections, and understands very much that the competition is a lot fiercer overseas than it is in the United Kingdom, especially in this kind of class. He's doing a great job at the moment. Through into turn 7, go the top 4. Looks like James Roberts trying to make a move on Stig de Reitemaker in the meantime. He's a little bit further adrift than he would like to be. And he's got Denmark's Liam Sekol just behind in the number 9, and at the top 8 positions. Fastest lap of the race after 1 lap completed is Boris Maximov, who continues to lead, the number 30 from the Netherlands. So it's a Dutch 1-2, then it's a 3-4 for Belgium. 5th, Great Britain. Top 4 were covered by 0.65. The gap now has extended to 0.788, as Pappenberg very much on the tail end. As Stig de Reitemaker has got past Jack Freeman. Ten and a half minutes to go, and Pappenberg looking to the inside now of Maximov, has to slot in behind to go into turn 7. I think that probably the best decision can either be coming out of turn 6 if you get a really good run, you nail it tight to the apex. Also coming out of turn 12 onto the start-finish straight. Lee has come through turn number 10 once more. And still have around about just under 10 minutes to go. So 3 minutes completed. We've got 10 plus an additional lap still remaining. Across the line, Maximov again has a 67 thousandths margin over Tom Pappenberg. Pappenberg actually ran at the International Trophy with Dan Holland Racing. Had a chat with Tom and his dad this morning as well after qualifying. And the youngster from the Netherlands seems to be in very, very good spirits indeed. Pappenberg is keeping Maximov very, very honest. Jente Moonen is just waiting in the wings to see what happens in front. But as we saw with Jente Moonen yesterday, qualifying was excluded, started stone dead last and went on to win the pre-final yesterday. And that was helped in some respects by the incident between Boris Maximov and Tom Pappenberg on the very first lap, going through into turn 7. And it hampered Pappenberg, who now goes for the lead and gets it done before they hit the apex of turn 2. Maximov slots in behind and keeps ahead of Jente Moonen. Lucas Soder is waiting in the wings a little bit further back. The two Brits are nigh on side by side coming out of turn 2. Jack Freeman stays ahead of James Roberts. And they're now making their way through turn number 6, as are a few of the other drivers. Vic van Kampenhout has been making a resurgence through the field. As that was an ambitious move that didn't quite work out 100% for Jack Freeman on Stig de Rademaker, but Vic van Kampenhout has got past James Roberts. I think might have also gotten past Jack Freeman. I'm going to keep an eye on that as they come through turn number 11. As the leaders come out of turn 12 and accelerate towards the start-finish line, Van Kampenhout is ahead. Now it's Roberts ahead of Freeman. So there has been some further changes up and down the order. But the battle for the lead is still being contested by the top three now, as Lucas Dodder has dropped off. As there's going to be more changes. De Rademaker loses out to Van Kampenhout, and Roberts gets through as well. Neatly done by the pair through turn 2, I must say. Freeman holding station now in what is 8th position. Noah Janssen joins the fray. James Sikor from Denmark rounds out the top 10 as the leaders make their way through turn number 9. So 6 minutes completed, 7 to go plus 1 lap. And Maximov in the tow of Pappenberg coming across the line to complete lap number 6. On to lap 7 we go. And Vic van Kampenhout leads the battle for what is 5th position. James Roberts not too far adrift. Stig de Rademaker is the meat in the sandwich between the two Brits, with Jack Freeman just behind in 8th place. Noah Janssen from Germany started 10th, now 9th. I spoke with Jack Freeman's dad, Simon, who himself is a racer. And so is Jack's older sister, Bethany, who's doing a lot of club racing in the United Kingdom these days. Really credited how well run the organisation is and how friendly and approachable everyone is, and nothing's ever too much trouble. That's what we do here at the BNL. We make it a friendly and inviting atmosphere for people to come and race, no matter their nationality, no matter their chassis choice. It's all about racing. And 92 thousandths was the gap between Maximov and Pappenberg, as the former now retakes the lead on lap number 8 through turn 2. 5.5 minutes still remain. And the top 10 out of the 12 that are still circulating as Matthias Piesens crosses the line were covered by just under 12.9 seconds from front transponder to the back transponder, or to the front transponder and on P1, the transponder on P10. It is still very much a cat and mouse game in terms of the championship, because now Pappenberg, if he wants to win that title, he's got to give it his all. He's got to make sure that he leaves no stone unturned. Maximov will be looking to increase his points tally with the victory, or maybe even a second place, because he's currently, at the moment, as things stand, 60 points for the weekend. Pappenberg will be on 45. So just under 4.5 minutes to go. This battle for the lead is getting ever tenser, because Janthe Moonen is still with them. And Moonen is in the ringside seat position. This sunshine, definitely the perfect conditions for racing right now, as the top 3 have broken away from Lucas Dodder, who is pretty much holding station in 4th place. But then the battle for 5th onwards is really heating up right now, because James Roberts has tried to get close to Vic van Kampenhout. Stig de Rademaker is in the mix there, so is Noah Janssen from Germany, Jack Freeman from Great Britain at the back end of that train, and Janssen has actually got past de Rademaker and was nearly hooking up the inside through turns 10 and 11. There goes Janssen up the inside of Roberts, and de Rademaker also makes the move too and gets through on the Brit. That just goes to show how powerful the slipstream is here at karting Genk. Going through the start-finish straight, you can also get a run going down from turns 9 and 10. But it's still nip and tuck between the top two. Yenthy Moonen holding station in third at the minute. Leaders now making their way through turn 12 as this quintet of Micromax drivers putting on one hell of a show as Papenburg now strikes again to retake the lead off of Maximov, going through onto now lap number 11. So again, the straight line tow that you get here at Genk is formidable. Gives drivers a chance to show their overtaking prowess as Maximov in the slipstream now looks to the right-hand side on Papenburg, going through down the Europalan into T7. Gets through by the narrowest, I repeat, the narrowest of margins. Expertly done there by Boris Maximov. In this chess game at the front and also here for 5th position, it's about strategically putting your pieces where you need to as Papenburg round the outside, down the straightaway. I haven't seen one like that in a while. Tom Papenburg with one of the moves of the weekend round the outside of Boris Maximov. Maximov went on the defensive and Papenburg just did a number on the number 30. That was incredibly done. Just got the run coming out of the corner. And it didn't matter which way Maximov put the kart. Papenburg would have either gone to the left or gone to the right and decided to go left, go round the outside and get the job done. Less than 60 seconds to go in the Micromax pre-final. And Papenburg has got to where he needs to be, but keep your eyes on Maximov. Don't forget about Yenthy Moonen in 3rd place. And Maximov is now sizing up a move. I can just tell by the closeness of the front bumper of the number 30 to the rear of the 48. Out of the final corner once again, we go on to the 13th and penultimate lap. Maximov looking to the inside once again through T2. And gets through. Moonen not yet able to capitalise, but now it heats up. We have 2 laps remaining, and these 3 are in contention for the lead of the race and also what will be the eventual victory, but nevertheless the top 2 at the front are battling for the championship. Through into turn 7 off of the Europalan they go once again for the 13th and penultimate time. And still the battle for 5th place is raging on the Europalan. Incredible racing from the likes of Van Kampenhout, Janssen, De Rademaker, Robertson, Freeman. They ran out positions 5 to 9 as the last lap board for the penultimate race, and Papenburg makes the move through turn 12. But this could give Maximov another run of advantage, could put the boot on the other foot, but Papenburg goes defensive. Could this open the door for Yenthy Moonen? No, it doesn't. Through turn 4, now into 5. Tight defensive line taken by Papenburg, who's looking all over his shoulders, left and right, to keep Maximov at bay. It could be the run to the line or maybe down the Europalan. Yenthy Moonen pulls to the left. Maximov goes to cover. And Papenburg places the kart exactly where it's needed. So after this corner, 3 more to go, as Moonen takes the tighter line through 9 in comparison with Maximov and Papenburg. Into turn 10, Papenburg goes defensive. Moonen looking to the outside, can't get through on Maximov. Ends up losing a little bit of momentum. Maximov towards the outside of turn 12, the final corner. Papenburg keeps it nice and tight, runs a little bit wide. Maximov up the inside, it's going to be the run to the line, and Boris Maximov takes it. Maximov with a 2nd victory this weekend. Papenburg misses out the winning margin, 61 thousandths of a second. And this means the championship fight goes down to the wire this afternoon. Maximov absolutely jubilant with a victory after 14 laps. And Genk also celebrating, yeah, I got P3. It could have easily have been P1. So let's have a look at the results. Maximov takes the victory by a winning margin of 61 thousandths of a second in Micromax pre-final day 2. Ahead of Tom Pappenberg. Genk rounds out the top 3. Lucas Stodder 4th. Vic van Kampenhout rounds out the top 5 ahead of Germany's Noah Janssen. Stig de Rademaker, James Roberts and Jack Freeman have placed no lower than 8th or 9th position respectively all the weekend long, so great work for their first time out overseas. Liam Sokol in 10th, Tristan Shays and Mattis Piesens round out the 12 that completed the race, but unfortunately for Felipe Reyes, didn't even get to the start. Over the course of the weekend, myself and Ben van der Stucken have been managing to catch up with some of the drivers in the paddock, particularly in terms of the championship side of things coming into this final round at Genk. So Ben caught up with our current Minimax points leader, Matej Radenkovic.
Okay, Alex again, Ben here. I'm here with Matej Radenkovic. Radenkovic, that's a difficult name, maar we gaan verder in het Nederlands, hè Matej? Hoeveel seizoen BNL rij je nu? Het hoeveelste seizoen van de BNL karting-series rij jij nu? Hoeveelste keer? Is het de eerste keer?
Maar dat weet ik niet. Ik denk derde keer of zo.
Derde keer?
Of meerdere.
Ja.
Maar sowieso niet de eerste, dat is al...
Je hebt de leiding in jouw klasse momenteel, hè? Je staat denk ik een 20-tal punten, 25 punten op voorsprong?
40 denk ik.
Oh, 40 zelfs
punten, al. 50, ja.
Ja. Oké, kijk je er naar uit?
Finale, dubbel tellen de punten.
Daarom. Ja. Matej, natuurlijk de competitie is sterk. Hè? Mees Houwe is de tweede momenteel. Ja. Hoe zie jij de wedstrijd van dit weekend verlopen tussen jullie beiden?
Ik dacht dat het redelijk spannend ging worden. De pre-finale voor mij was niet echt spannend, want ik had goede start, dus ik kon wegrijden. Maar de finale van deze dag was wel spannend.
Ja. Maar voor de rest van het weekend, hoe zie je dan de wedstrijden tegemoet?
Als ik een goede quali heb, als ik eerst in top 3 ben, dan zal het normaal heel goed moeten zijn. Dan zou ik ook top 3 moeten eindigen. Maar ik verwacht eerste te worden. Ja,
je bent een snelle rijder. Hè? Je hebt al laten zien dat je mee kan met de top. En ik moet zeggen dat in de mini-klasse, ik zie dat heel graag. Omdat daar echt de kweekvijver zit voor de junioren en daarnaast de senioren. En daar zie je eigenlijk de talenten al naar voren komen en je bent er zeker in van. En wellicht dat je na dit weekend kan zeggen dat je kampioen BNL bent. Hè?
Ja, ik denk, als ik goed heb gerekend, dat ik nu eigenlijk niet meer kan verliezen in BNL-kampioenschap.
Oké, dat zou mooi zijn. Dan ga je er waarschijnlijk
Maar
met
sowieso,
een...
ook al ben ik nog BNL-kampioen, voor de top gaan.
Ja.
Altijd nog, want ik heb nog podium voor deze race.
Ja.
Dat moet ik ook nog halen.
Ja, dus racepodium en hopelijk ook klassementspodium. We kijken er naar uit om je op het podium te zien, sowieso.
Ja, dat wel, want in BMC was het ook goed, dus dan hoop ik dat hier ook wel goed gaat.
Ja, prima.
Dat verwacht ik ook wel.
Matthea, heel veel succes dit weekend en wellicht zien we je hier weer terug.
Ja.
Big thank you to Ben there for having a chat with Matej Radenkovic, who has again, for the second day in succession, taken pole position. And there you have our Minimax drivers. 2 more races to be decided. And Radenkovic took a perfect score yesterday, 2 wins. It's been even Stevens between Tay Stevens and Mies Huben, both tied on 36 points after the day 1 result yesterday. Green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit here at Carlton Genk for Minimax pre-final, day 2. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So with the pole position time of 59.662 seconds, Belgium's Matej Radenkovic in the 196 starts from pole, and alongside representing the Netherlands in the 182, Dave Stevens. 0.275 adrift in what was a hotly contested pole position fight in qualifying early on. Jake Menton in the 131, joined by fellow Dutch compatriot Mies Huben in the 108. Mats van Rooyen in the 103 from Belgium, and from Mats van Rooyen from the Netherlands. My apologies there. 198 of Lawrence Helbos from Belgium alongside each other on row 3. And it's another intermixed Dutch and Belgian row number 4. Courtesy of Kaz Tobin in the 134 and Lars Lambers in the 122, with Latvia's Bruno Brazelis in the 138 completing the 9-strong grid. So they've now completed their sighting lap, and they're now on the formation lap. So 13 minutes plus an additional lap set on the timers once again here at Carlton Genk, the home of champions. And it will be down to Radenkovic and Stevens to control the pace. And in the meantime, I've heard that 3 front fairing penalties in Micromax post the pre-final, but all carts, from a technical perspective, checked out okay. So Radenkovic and Huben, amongst others, were in competition, not just in the BNL karting series, but also maybe say the Belgium Max Challenge Coronal Karting this year, and also the International Trophy at Le Mans in late July. They now make their way through turn number 11. The formation, nice and neat and tidy from these 9 young drivers who are about to go into battle for the penultimate time this season. So through turn 12, they trundle into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Lights are out, we're off and racing. And Radenkovic gets another good start. Tay Stevens trying to go towards the outside. Mies Huben looking in the outside of Jake Menton. And using the runoff goes Tay Stevens up the inside of Radenkovic to take the lead. Huben trying to get through on Lawrence Herboz, but can't get through for third. Side by side for the back. 4 competitors going through as Radenkovic back up the inside of Stevens. Herboz and Huben could have a run going through down the Europolan into turn 7. Huben looking up the inside. Oh, Herboz completely sideways. Manages to save it. But Huben gets up into third as a direct result. Down towards turn 10 for the first time. Radenkovic leads. Stevens in second. Huben in third. Herboz in fourth. Menton, I think, is now in 5th place. And it's the 138 to Brazelis from Latvia, now up into 6th position as they come across the line to complete lap number 1. Lead from Radenkovic over Stevens, 0.242, and there goes Mies Huben up the inside. The 108 from the Netherlands, very much fired up after yesterday, and is gunning for another race victory this season. And Radenkovic is going to try and close out the season in style, but there are others that are wanting to have a say in that. Through turn 7 comes the entire field a little bit further back. Looks like Mats van Rooyen probably has got past Brazelis for what is now 6th position. And Brazelis started from the back end of the grid in 9th place. And now Radenkovic is starting to pull a lead on Huben. Radenkovic holds the fastest lap at the moment as we go across the line to complete lap 2. Radenkovic already in the 59s, as is Huben, and has just set the fastest lap as the 108. As Kaz now gets past Brazelis, and Brazelis trying to go side by side through into turn 3. That'll never work unless you can really, truly pin it around the outside, but a little bit further back. Oh my goodness me! Elbows out from Jake Menton, trying to get past Lawrence Herboz in the 198 through in towards turn 6, and now he has to wait. Does Menton going into turn 7, and there's a little bit of a touch, and that was the left front of Menton's car on the right rear of Herboz. It might have scuppered the opportunity for Menton. I have seen that before where Tom Pappenberg had problems with the steering on his kart after a contact with Boris Maximov in one of the races yesterday, and that was the pre-final. One slightest nudge on the steering, it can upset everything on how the kart handles, because you're having to counter steer in order to drive the kart to the best of your ability. Radenkovic's lead over Huben now stretches to nearly 7 tenths. A little bit further back. Van Rooyen closing in on Herboz through turn number 4. 103 looking to get past the 198, could get the run coming down the Europolan into turn 7. Radenkovic looks to be calmly extending that lead, looks to have been very, very strong this weekend, and also back in Marienburg in the early part of July. And Radenkovic has now put in the fastest lap of anybody, 59.430. Mies Huben, best lap from him so far this race, 59.711 on the completion of lap number 2. Lap 4 now in the books as Radenkovic crosses the line, head fully down to get the best aerodynamic properties on a kart that you can, and extends his lead to now 1.152 seconds over Huben. Huben is having to fight with Tay Stevens. Now this is the battle for, I would say, second overall this weekend. But Huben's got to do as much as he can to keep a hold of that championship position that he's got, which is currently second. So across the line once again they go. Hooben trying to break the toe of Stevens, but a bit further back. Mats van Rooyen and Jake Menton slipstreaming behind Lawrence Herboz going into turn 2. Herboz hangs on to 4th for the moment. A slightly tighter apex taken by the drivers in 4th and 5th. But now Radenkovic's lead is now 1.3 seconds. And the way things are going, Radenkovic might pretty much sew up the title, because this will be the way things are going. This looks to be his 6th victory this season. He's had a second at the pre-final on day 2 at Marienborg as Dave Stevens looking to close in on Mies Hooben once again, but unable to get anywhere near to passing the 108. But Mats van Rooyen and Jake Menton are trying to do their level best to get past Lawrence Herboz, who sits 4th in the championship, and Van Rooyen and Stevens have an opportunity to get more points. But Mats van Rooyen hasn't really been able to capitalise in day 1, but Dave Stevens has, and has taken 36 points. So we head into the last 6 minutes of this race. And without taking drop scores into account, the way things stand at the moment, Matej Radenkovic on 170 points before any drop scores, if applicable, are put in. Mies Hooben, 133 points. That is a differential of 37. But nevertheless, there are still battles to be waged on this track here at the Home of Champions. And this battle between Lawrence Herboz, Mats van Rooyen and Jake Menton has reached fever pitch. You cannot separate the three, even if you tried. And there goes Mats van Rooyen. It's happened. It was not a case of if, it was a case of when. Mats van Rooyen would pull the pin on the grenade and throw it, but then Lawrence Herboz provides a bit of counter-attack fire and gets through on turn 5. That was expertly done. Knew how to read the situation and reacted with split-second precision and accuracy, all at the same point. So Van Rooyen's got to do it all again. Dave Stevens and Mies Hooben is now Jake Menton up the inside of Mats van Rooyen through turn 9. The pair goes side by side on the run down to turn number 10. Menton will have the inside line first and gets through. Now takes P5 from the 103 from the Netherlands. Radenkovic just striding on regardless, just concentrating on his own race. And the gap between him and Mies Hooben now stretches to 3.239 seconds. Hooben still coming under immense pressure from Dave Stevens, and the 108 from the Netherlands is soaking it up like a sponge. As the battle for second and third continues down the Europalan into turn 7 through the chicane, now into the right-hander at 8. Dave Stevens is giving Mies Hooben absolutely no room to breathe right now. But Hooben has been in these kind of situations before, and he's relished it, and he's gotten on with the job at hand and to keep ahead. And now Jake Menton fancies a chance to go for fourth. Will he get through the 131? Struggles with the car under braking, but gets the job done on Lawrence Herboz. But could Herboz do exactly the same as he did? Yes, he has. Lawrence Herboz, an absolutely well-read situation once again. Menton ran wide coming out of turn 3, and it gave that window of opportunity to Lawrence Herboz. But Menton now alongside, takes the inside line through turn 7. And now it is a 5-way scrap for fourth place. This has really heated up. And now there's another move. Kaz Tobben up the inside of Mats van Rooyen. And along with them is Lars Lambers. Van Rooyen gets past Tobben through turn 10. Neatly done by the young Dutchman. We've got just 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Radenkovic has already extended his lead to 4.175 seconds. On lap number 11, we're going to have 3 laps to go, including this one. Maybe even more than that. Because the pace that they're putting in, the top 3 are consistently running sub 60 seconds on each lap of this 1,360 metre circuit. Menton now trying to break away from Lawrence Herboz in the battle for fourth place. Bruno Brazeles, I'll be completely honest here, is trying to catch up with those in front, so it could be a 6-way scrap for what will be fourth on the road as Lawrence Herboz sends it up the inside of Jake Menton, who has no other alternative but to use the runoff area. Now runs wide out of turn 3. Van Rooyen up the inside, sideways for Kaz Tobben, who nearly ended up turning that card around. So nearly got caught out by Jake Menton. And Menton using the old think gesture on the side of the race helmet. So Kaz Tobben got a bit of a fright there. Clean up on aisle 3, please. As Radenkovic now comes towards the start-finish line. So we're going to go on to the penultimate lap of the race. 7 seconds on the timer as he crosses the line. Hooben and Stevens still battling away for second on the road. Time has hit 0 for the penultimate time this season for these drivers. And Radenkovic has once again just shown the pure pace of the package from Buvin Power. He's left nothing to chance. He's gone out there, put it on pole for 2 days in succession. He's taken 2 victories, which will very shortly become 3 in a row, making it a total of 6 victories this season as the last lap board is being prepared on the start-finish straights. In the words of Daft Punk for Matej Radenkovic in the pre-final, it's one more time, one last lap. There's one more race to go. Gets his head down. The gap has been extending as now Taze Stevens goes towards the inside of Mies Hooben. Hooben tries to shut the door, squeezes Stevens, and Stevens has to back out of it. And the gap between first and second now 5.8. But then the battle for 5th place between the likes of, or 4th place even, between Lawrence Herboz, Mats van Rooyen, Jake Menton, Kaz Tobben and Lars Lambers is still going to go on to the checkered flag, but someone could make it very interesting by going side by side. It could even be, I've even seen 3 or 4 abreast come across the start-finish line here at Karting Genk. But out of the penultimate corner, he heads down to turn 12. It's 3 for 3. Belgium's Matej Radenkovic crosses the line, takes the checkered flag, and I think provisionally that might have just sewn up this year's title for the youngster from Belgium, Mies Hooben, in second, pipping Taze Stevens. by just 0.272 after that last lap dash towards turn 2. Saw Huben put the squeeze on, and Stevens had to react accordingly. Lawrence Herboz rounds out the top 4. Mats van Rooyen in 5th, ahead of Jake Menton, Kaz Dobben, Lars Lambers, and Bruno Brazelis, rounding out the 9 strong. But Radenkovic 3 from 3. This weekend, he's simply been untouchable. So Junior Rotax, always an explosive category here in Rotax racing circles, and the BNL karting series is no different. But alongside me, someone who's very familiar in Junior Rotax circles, 2-time Rotax Max Euro Trophy champion, Rotax Max International Trophy champion this year. I think also Belgian Max Challenges under your titles now. So looking very good for number 4, aren't we?
And BNL champion also.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Kai Hillis. But it's been a really, really good season for you. You know, you've had a really, really good run of consistency. You coming back to a track that's local to you is always a good feeling, isn't it? Especially with weather like this.
Yeah, that's true. It's like I don't really drive here a lot because most of the times we're driving in Germany or the biggest circuit. And after 3 months, being back on this track is really nice. And yeah.
I mean, coming into a race weekend where you know that everything's pretty much sewn up, but one thing that I always find that's interesting with drivers, now give me a bit of an explanation on this, how a driver always wants to win, and you always want to finish a championship season off in style. It's been an interesting day so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was a hard day. Team worked really hard, but we try to don't make any risks at track, because 1 time second in the first final was enough. So we're just driving our laps, doing our race, and don't take any risk to go out or get a disqualification.
I mean, you know, you're all on the verge of securing a total of 3 BNL karting series titles, let's say. You know, Mini-Max, you've won it. Junior, you know, it's really, really good that, you know, you've had all these accomplishments, very much in the same vein as Mike van Vugt, you know.
Yeah.
And he's won the BNL karting series titles 3 times. He's won in Mini, he's won twice in Junior. It must be good to have sort of like a marker to sort of measure yourself against, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice. For sure, it's my teammate, so it's nice. I drove 1 year with him, so always on track. We were good with each other, and we don't take any risk to get each other out of the track. And we look where we can overtake with no one has any problems with it on the straight or in the corner where you can take easily each other. And that's really nice about me and Mike van Vugt. What was in the future.
I think also, you know, there's a driver that hasn't really had a great run of luck in seasons past. You're Briefeld.
Yeah.
You know, this, okay, he's probably one of the tallest guys in juniors, but he can go, when he's on form, you know, I think he's a guy we've got to watch out for, haven't we?
Yeah, he made a really good progress in the beginning of the year. He was starting by JJ Racing last season, and it was really difficult for him because he went from an all other category to here, so it was a whole new thing for him, but he really did it really good for him now, and the team is really proud on him, and I hope he will get next year or other years that he can win a championship or a title.
Yeah. Final question, Kai. Looking forward to the next 2 races?
Yeah, sure. We will see what tomorrow will bring, and I will race and don't take any risk.
Kai Gilets, ladies and gentlemen.
Good to catch up with Kai Gilets, who really cannot be touched. So effectively, the championship has ended up being his way after 2 second places. But let's have a look at the grid for Junior Rotax pre-final, day 2. Gilets starts on pole position and has alongside Job Briefeld, who is in contention for possibly the runner-up spot in the championship, alongside him in the 205. Matthias Turlo, currently, by my estimated calculations, without dropped scores, currently still sits second in the championship, starts P3. Alongside will be Vic Stevens. Foreign Mega, who rounds out the top 3 in the championship, has Casper Schomans alongside on row 3. Van der Struijs, who took 2 wins yesterday, starts 7th. Alongside him will be fellow Dutch driver Nick Gerhards. Thijs Dams and Luc Nielsen ran at the top 10. Austin Lee and Enzo van den Dickenberg ran out the top 6 rows ahead of Boluet, Ralph van der Pevert, Olivier Jonkers, Germany's Montego Maassen, Denmark's Lucky Ron Sorensen, Krip Knoren, Tino Sipper, Pak Gabbels and Romans Rodionovs from Latvia. 13 minutes on the timer, set in stone, and the red light very shortly will be ignited. And as I say that, it does so on the starting gantry. So one front-fairing penalty has been issued for one of the drivers in the Mini-Max class, which would have been the 138 of Bruno Braselis from Latvia. But now the focus is on Junior Rotax. So the drivers make their way through turn number 12. Right then, 13 minutes on the clock. They split. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? We're lights out and we are racing. Rillis gets a good start, gets followed by the likes of Turlo and Mega going through into turn 2, and it's pretty much 3 abreast at most points. throughout the majority of the grid as they hustle their way through turns 3, 4 and 5 for the first time of asking. But Rilets had the racing line opportunity because he was on pole position. They're all fighting amongst each other. Looks like Austin Lee's trying to make up a place in the meantime. Might have gotten through. He's now currently sitting in 10th place, having started 11th. That may put him up to 9th at the end of this lap. Drivers making their way through turn number 10. Rilets has stretched a lead, possibly between 4 to 6 kart lengths between the 242 of Matti Sturlo. Lap 1 now completed. Rilets leads. Turlo, Mega, they ran out the top 3. Van der Stroys now up from 7th to 4th, ahead of Briefeld. Stevens, Gerhards, Lee now up into 8th place. Make that 9th because Kasper Schormans has just gotten ahead of the 223 from Germany. Paysdams rounds out the top 10 as the field makes its way down the Europalan once again. Through to 7, now into 8. So nearly 2 minutes completed. And as you probably heard in the interview, for those watching at home, that Rilets just wants to get the points, wants to bring the kart home in one piece, not make any issues or errors. As up the inside of Matti Sturlo goes Farin Mega to now take 2nd. Tommy van der Stroys is closing on the pair, hand over fist. Job Briefeld is in the ringside seat in 5th position. And it's Vic Stevens. Up the inside of Turlo goes Van der Stroys. Down the Europalan. Remember what happened in the first race yesterday? It was a great battle between Rilets and Van der Stroys, and Van der Stroys got through on the drag race to the finish coming out of turn 12. Ten minutes and 20 seconds still remain, plus an additional lap of this race. Rilets' lead was 0.552 last time. It's now 0.561. And Farin Mega leads the train, but not for much longer. There's Tommy van der Stroys up the inside rather rapidly. And now Job Briefeld has got past Matti Sturlo. The battle for 2nd in the championship just stepped up another gear, because everyone's bringing their A game, and Turlo loses another position, this time to Vic Stevens. And they go side by side into turn 7. Turlo has to hit the brakes a little bit earlier just to back out of it. So at the moment, top 10 is as follows. Kai Rilets leads Farin Mega. Well, not Farin Mega, it's Tommy van der Stroys, as there's an absolute swarm of karts coming through turn 10. They're all battling for position, battling for points, as Van der Stroys has got Farin Mega right up the back bumper going through into turn 2, but the German unable to make it past. 4 minutes down, 9 to go, plus 1 lap, and the battle for what is now 2nd position being hotly contested by 2 drivers from the Netherlands, 1 from Germany, as Tommy van der Stroys leads that train. A trio of karts heading through turn 7. And Kasper Schormans is closing in on the 2 in front, and that is Vic Stevens and Matti Sturlo. Luke Neeson and Enzo van den Dickenberg have now made it up to 12th and 11th respectively. Rilets leads over Van der Stroys is now 0.831, and not what Tommy van der Stroys wanted. I mean, Mega went up the inside, and then Briefeld went through the gap as well, and they tangled. Now this has brought in Vic Stevens, Matti Sturlo, and behind them Kasper Schormans. who rounds out the top 7 positions. Seems like ninth is being swapped hand over fist between Austin Lee and Thijs Dams, with the latter in that 9th place. Still 7.5 minutes to go. And Hillert's just calmly, casually extending that lead, little by little, not leaving a stone unturned, not making any unforced errors or any uncharacteristic mistakes. And this now, with what has been happening in the battle for second in the championship, it's been opened up. Matthijs Turlo sits in 6th, currently P2, before drop scores taken into account. Farin Mega, P3 in the championship, now 2nd on the road, ahead of Job Breedveld. Breedveld 4th in the standings. And Breedveld again having to battle with Tommy van der Stroijs, and Vic Stevens is closing in on the duo, as now Farin Mega has gotten away into the distance and has started chasing down Kai Hillerts. Was 8/100ths of a second quicker than the 274 last time around. And up the inside, that was Matthijs Turlo and Vic Stevens. So again, the pendulum swings from left to right, north, south, east or west, whichever direction it decides to go in. It is changing all the time. Five and a half minutes still remaining, and Breedveld is trying to do his level best to get past as Turlo gets squeezed by Stevens. And there's Casper Schurmans now in the fray. The 244, just 11 years of age from SP Motorsport, closing in on Matthijs Turlo. Schurmans had a bit of a difficult first race yesterday. Started on the front row and ended up finishing, I think it was in 9th position. But one thing that Casper Schurmans does have on his side is time to learn a bit more and experience it firsthand in true racing conditions. Now on to double digits for laps. 10th lap now underway. And Hillerts leads by 0.822. A little bit further back. Seen quite a few drivers like, say, Bollouet and Luke Neeson battling away for position. And that is for 12th. Big old tyre mark on the front right. The front right of the bumper of the car of Tommy van der Stroijs, a massive line. And that will have been from the rubber from the sidewall from Breedveld from a little bit earlier. But van der Stroijs has not let Breedveld have an opportunity to get past. Stevens, Turlo and Schurmans now battling away over what is now 5th on the circuit itself. But then behind Austin Lee, Van den Dickenberg is leading a train of 5, which includes Luke Neeson, Bollouet, Val van der Pavert, who's actually got past the 296, as they've just gone past the commentary position, and Montego Masson from Germany. 3.5 minutes to go. The championship might be pretty much secured, but the battle for second is going to go right down to the wire later on this afternoon. So the gap has stayed between the top two rather much the same as what it was just a couple of laps ago. Luke Neeson past Enzo van den Dickenberg for 11th position. Boluet has just been overtaken by Ralf van der Pevert. 2 minutes and 40 still to go. It's a case of when there might be a chance for a position to change. That's happened now because Mathis Turlo has gotten past Vic Stevens. So they are swapping positions like more times than you can shake a stick at it. So the pace and the racecraft being shown by those two particular drivers in terms of battling away for a position is exemplary. Less than 2 minutes of this pre-final still to go as the mechanics giving their advice from the gantry just off of the exit of turn 12. As Stevens back up the inside of Turlu, and Schormans nearly had a window of opportunity as the youngster from the Netherlands closes in on the 242. And there goes Schormans. Oh, he clashes left front to right rear, and that's possibly caused a problem with the steering, and Schormans gives himself a bit of a telling off, as if to say, why did you go for that? And that just goes to show how hard these drivers are pushing, how motivated they are, even at the younger ages in this class. Just a prime example of it. 60 seconds on the clock remains, plus an additional lap. We go on to lap number 14 of this race. So might be just 2 more still to go. As Bliefeld not having had an opportunity again to try and get past Tommy van der Sluis. But van der Sluis has been exemplary in keeping himself ahead of the 205 from the Netherlands. Top 15 as it stands with 27 seconds to go. Gielitz leads by 1.134 seconds ahead of Farin Mega. Van der Sluis, Bliefeld, Stevens, Turlu, Deesdams, Nick Gerhards, Austin Lee. Casper Schormans has dropped to 10th as a result of that incident. Luke Neeson, Boluet, Enzo van den Dickenberg, Ralf van der Pevert and Germany's Montego Masson ran out the top 15. Last lap ball has been shown to Kai Gielitz as the timer hit 0 just fractionally before he crossed the line. Lead now 1.18 seconds. And what's been happening here is that Tommy van der Sluis went nearly 2 tenths quicker than Farin Mega. Could there be a last-ditch attempt to try and go for second? Because that will give the young Dutchman a total of 70 points this weekend with 2 victories yesterday. Boluet's got past Luke Neeson for 11th. Montego Masson now has gotten past Ralf van der Pevert for 14th. On the 15th and final lap of this race. Gielitz is now going to pick up another victory this season. The checkered flag being prepared. Out of the final corner, Kai Gielitz takes a win finally here at Genk this weekend. Farin Mega takes second ahead of Tommy van der Sluis and Job Rietveld. Vic Stevens wins the battle between himself and Mathis Turlo for 5th position ahead of Deesdams. Nick Gerhards, Austin Lee back in the top 10 once again. 2 8th place finishes for the 2-2-3. Brings it home with the 9th provisionally this time around, with Casper Schormans completing the top 10. Let's have a look at the rest of the results from the pre-final for day 2 here in Junior Rotax. 11th it was Boluet with Luke Neeson in 12th position. Enzo van den Dickenberg and Montego Masson ran at the top 14. Then you have Ralf van der Pevert taking 15th. Then it's Olivier Jonkers from Belgium, Tino Sidler from Switzerland, Denmark's Lakkeron Sorensen running at the top 18 positions and completing the 21 strong. It is Krik Knoren, Romans Rodinovs and Puck Gubbles, with all drivers finishing the 15 laps.
So we're here actually at the brand new podium here at Karting Genk, just off of turn number 11. Alongside me I've got the championship leader coming into this round, Sean Butcher from KR Sport. Sean, it's been a pretty emphatic season. Obviously the biggest thing is that Luca Lystra wasn't able to race this weekend, but how were you feeling coming into this? You had one goal in mind, didn't you, to defend your title?
Yeah, it would have been a really nice thing to defend the title, and it's what we've been aiming for all year. It's been a pretty solid season again. Haven't had a win yet, so it'd be nice to get one this weekend.
I think also when you've had quite a lot of stern competition, obviously, you know, one of your good friends off the track, but also a stern competitor in his own right, Lachlan Robinson, you know, very good friends off track, but you've got enough racing respect to know where you can and can't push the limits. When it's about going for a championship, what is your mindset coming in that you've got? Are you fixated on what strategy you've got to employ, or is it a case of, right, I know exactly what I've got to do and I've got to perform at the right level?
At the end of the day, like, if you're going for a championship, you obviously have to prioritise yourself, but you'd never want to like affect a teammate in a bad way deliberately or anything like that. So yeah, you have to be mindful and still play the team game.
Now, you've had a really good start to the weekend. You've got the next two races coming up. How are you feeling? Because you must be on cloud nine right about now, despite the fact that, you know, like everyone else, you have to get your elbows out and sort of get stuck in with helping to clean your kart, because they do look nice and prim and proper in that colouring, don't they?
Yeah, yeah, playing the team game again, helping everyone out, it's always good. But yeah, after having a good day yesterday and finishing well, yeah, it's just nice to be able to help the team.
And obviously, one of the other things that you want to do, one thing that you did do last year, was get yourself a Grand Finals ticket. You know, you missed out of the Euro Trophy by literally a fraction of points, and I still remember the conversation that we had. It was very, very short, very abrupt, but it was very meaningful. And you've come here, you've had a lot of racing as well, Motorsport UK, Ultimate Kart Championship, and you've come here to Belgium to really cap off that season on a high, haven't you?
Yeah, like, it's been a good season, but there has been like some tense moments where some anger builds up when you're having bad results here and there. But yeah, it's nice to just be able to come to this round and like be leading the championship going into today and hopefully finishing it off.
Sean, all the very best of luck. Well done today.
Thank you, mate.
Good to catch up with Sean Butcher, the reigning defending champion. Let's have a look at the grid for Sini Rotax pre-final, day 2 here at Karting Genk. So, based on the aggregate qualification from earlier on today, Sean Butcher, for the second day in succession, takes pole position as we've got one kart quite literally coming to a stop. That is the 302. That is Clémentine Benoit, who was due to start 10th on the grid. So Butcher and Yuri Schoens, that is the front row. Justin Coleman and Lachlan Robinson, row 2. Danny Prince and Dylan LaHaye, row 3. Sam Bergstein and Christian de Klein rounds out the top 8. Ahead of Vincent Boutier and Clémentine Benoit, who will not be taking any participation in this race. A real shame for Clémentine, having qualified 10th. Max Stemmerink and Mario Sidler, row 6. Nick Kuppens and Peter Dorrestein, row 7. Gilles Chloé and Erhard Turker, row 8. Tern Schmidt, Scott Westhovens, row 9. Completing the top 20, Buzz Janssen and Flint Schuring. Completing the 27 drivers that were due to start on the grid, now down to 26. It's Bart de Wit, Lara Zanen, Alexander Bentley, who I spoke with earlier on, said he had a bit of a misfire, but they managed to sort the problem out. Wout Kirstens, Oliver Berg, Robbie Stodder and Remco Bahn rounding out the grid here at Genk. So 13 minutes on the timer. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry. The way things stand at the moment, Butcher, Robinson and Stemmerdink, that's the top 3 in terms of the current points. So it is not over yet. 11 points separate both Butcher and Robinson coming into this penultimate race of the season. Through turn 12 we go. Into the tram lines. The revs now rise. Are we ready? Lights are out. We are racing. And Butcher gets a good shot, good hold shot, and so does Justin Pohlman. As Lachlan Robinson nearly being squeezed from both sides, but he gets through. Sticks in P5 at the moment. 2 by 2 at some points outside at the lower part of the top 10. As they go through into the Europalan for the first time of asking. We've had a little bit of a drama there. That was for the 387. Robbie Storder, looks like the bumpers come adrift as a result of that. But Butcher leads the way. Now down into turn 10 for the first time this race. 12 minutes and 15 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. So lap 1 in the books. Butcher leads. Pohlman second. Gap 3/10 ahead of Danny Prince. Sam Bergstein, Lachlan Robinson, Jori Schoens started on the front row. And now is down in 6th place when they cross the line. Once again, they go down the Europalan. Remco Baan has got past Robbie Storder, obviously with that incident early on. Alec Verberg has got past Lara Zaynen. And that is for 22nd place. Things look to be closing a little bit at the sharper end of the grid. Justin Pohlman trying to close in on Sean Butcher, but is bringing along Danny Prince. Sam Bergstein and Lachlan Robinson are trying to give chase, as are the likes of Jori Schoens, Max Stevenik, Nick Kuppens, amongst others. Another lap in the books, and there's a little bit of a skirmish a little bit further back. Multiple drivers trying to make their way through. That's being led by Beer Dorrestein. Or maybe Christian Decline in the 399. However, Robinson now gets his way up into 4th position past Sam Bergstein, and it looks to be a little bit closer this time around. Sean Butcher has not managed to gallop away into the distance like we saw yesterday, so everyone else seems to have maybe found a little bit more pace through the learning that you get adapting the setup to how it's going to suit your driving style and obviously to the track conditions. And the fight for the championship looks like it could be going down to the final race of the season, because it's, as they say, it's not over until the checkered flag falls. And what a move by Lachlan Robinson up the inside of Danny Prince. Neatly done by the Emirati going through turn 12 to now take P3. And the hunt continues on with Justin Pohlman. Runs a little bit wide, but turns it nice and neatly back in. Through into turn number 2. Danny Prince has got Sam Bergstein and Jori Schoens just behind. Bergstein just goes up the inside. That's opened the door for Jori Schoens. And Schoens is going to get a tow. This is going to be rather close into turn 7. And 2 positions make that 3 that has just been lost by Danny Prince because of Max Demmerding. And then all of a sudden, from literally nowhere, here enters Dylan LaHaye. 9.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Justin Pohlman coming under pressure from Lachlan Robinson. Going into turn 12 as we're about to complete our 4th lap of the race. Butcher's lead was half a second last time. It's now 0.8. As Robinson looks to the inside. Another beautiful move from Lachlan Robinson. They're up into P2. And now the chase begins. And Lachlan Robinson is one of the fastest drivers. He's actually set the fastest lap of the race. And that was on lap number 2, 54.515. And Robinson was a 10th and a half slower than Butcher last time around because he was battling away to get past Justin Pohlman. Now that Robinson's got a bit of clean air, Butcher is going to have to be on his A game. And sometimes there are days where you don't have the greatest wish fulfilled in terms of results. Gap now 0.9 between the top 2. Now Sam Bergstein coming under fire from Sam Bergstein, I believe, and Dylan LaHaye is definitely factoring in right now on the back bumper of what will be Danny Prince, and goes up the inside, does the 328 through turn 6 into the Europolan. Flint Schuring's made his way up into 17th position. But for the last 3 laps, Sean Butcher has been running consistently in the 54.7 second bracket. But there's still 7.5 minutes to go. Gap between the top 2 now stretches to 1.063 seconds. Sam Bergstein now eyeing up a potential move on the 325 of Justin Pohlmann. Joris Schoens is waiting in the wings. Max Stemmerdink is about 6 tenths away from that battle and needs to start closing up if he wants to have the opportunity of getting anywhere near to the championship side of things, because the nearest, whether Stemmerdink's got to work for it if he wants to get a podium at the end of the weekend in terms of the championship standings. With no Callum Bradshaw and no Mark Kimber since the first round at Genk in April, Dylan LaHaye is the next one that could factor in, maybe to give Max Stemmerdink a bit of a fright. 6.5 minutes to go. Butcher leads by nearly 1.3 seconds. And there, as I speak, is Dylan LaHaye. There has been a tangle, and that was Danny Prince, and more importantly, Max Stemmerdink. That was going through into turn number 3. The pair apparently clashed wheels as Beard Doderstein up the inside of the 327 Vincent Bouteille from France. Let's all change musical chairs once again. Lars Zanen has made his way up into 18th position as Sam Bergstein trying to put the pressure on Justin Pohlmann, but Pohlmann, we know, is very resolute, like a lot of drivers. Will defend as hard as humanly possible for plenty of time. It's one thing to get close to somebody, it's one thing to pass, and as I say, that's Sam Bergstein up into P3, past Justin Pohlmann. Joris Schoens waiting, chomping at the bit to get past the 325 from the Netherlands. Pohlmann goes defensive on Joris Schoens going through the hairpin off of turn 6. Schoens to the inside, might get the run, and look at the cut across. Oh, and there was nigh on a tangle going into turn 7. The front bumper of Joris Schoens could have nearly been quite easily in the back bumper of Justin Pohlmann, and Dylan LaHaye has caught them hand over fist whilst they've been scrapping away. Bas Janssen now past Turn Schmidt for 19th. Erhard Tucker and Gilles Clouet now close out the top 13, having got past Christian de Klein. 4 minutes and 35 seconds still to go. And the battles still rage on regardless. Beard Doderstein is now being passed by Erhard Tucker for 11th position. And Nick Cuppens is closing in. Looks to be on Joris Schoens, I believe. As always, getting a bit not very, very up close and personal going through turn number 7. And that would have been the likes of Gilles Clouet. Christian de Klein has just got past. And there is Mario Sidler from Switzerland looking to the outside of Gilles Clouet through into turn 10. Looks to the outside going into the approach to turn 11. The Swiss driver hot on the heels of the Belgian. That is 4-track position. So a little bit of a bump onto the runoff for Christian de Klein, and Gilles Clouet ends up going sideways through turn 3. Not too sure, has he got an issue? Or might have just been caught out because Mario Sidler just managed to get past. He's chasing Dan Dorrestein. But in the meantime here for the battle for 4th position between Justin Pohlman, Jori Schoens and Dylan LaHaye. It's nip and tuck going through turn 10. Now into 11. Butcher still leads. Robinson making it a KR Sport 1-2 at the moment with 3 minutes remaining on the clock plus an additional lap. Gap between the top two now 1.9 seconds and climbing. Bergstein third. Schoens trying everything in the book, and Dylan LaHaye, like an opportunistic individual, goes up the inside to take 5th through turn 3. It was because Schoens was trying to force the way past Justin Pohlman through turn 2, and LaHaye saw an opening and took complete advantage of it without a single bit of hesitation whatsoever. Just behind them, they've got the likes of Danny Prince and Nick Coppens that might be closing in on them. 2 minutes and 15 still to go. And with the top 3 stretched out as they are, the main battle is for P4. And Dylan LaHaye is now looking up the inside. Through on Justin Pohlman, who loses out another position. Maybe even make that 3. No, Pohlman blocks off the way for Stemmerdink. So Stemmerdink still down in 7th position, and now he's got Danny Prins on his back bumper, going through turns 2 and 3. So they make their way down into turn 7, now into turn 8 off of the Europolan. So LaHaye making sure that he gets a good set of points in the double digits here in this race. And the final will dictate the grid for the pre-final. So we're into the last 60 seconds. LaHaye leads the way for what is the charge for 4th position. Stemmerdink is in 7th and wants to try and get past maybe at least one person in front, and the person in his hit list is going to be Justin Pohlman, as there's a move by the 327 Vincent Bouteille on Danny Prince, but Prince has got the inside run going into turn 7 and gets back through, retakes the place. We're about to complete lap number 14 as all. There's been a little bit of a tangle, and that was with Danny Prins and also could have been Nick Coppens maybe, but Erhard Turker was waiting in the wings and has pounced. And now Erhard Turker rounds out the top 10. There's more fireworks through turn 2 because Danny Prins has been somewhat hung out to dry, I'm afraid. And it's not been easy for the 303 representing the Netherlands. The timer has now hit 0 about 20 seconds ago, so we're on the penultimate lap. Lap 15 out of 16. And Sean Butcher is bringing it home. And before drop scores taken into account, it'll put him at effectively a 16-point advantage going into the last race of the season. Final lap board is out for Senior Rotax pre-final on day 2. Butcher leads Robinson by 1.5. Bergstein, LaHaye, Jori Schoens, Justin Pohlman, Max Stemmerdink, Vincent Bouteille, Erhard Turker now up into 9th past Nick Coppens. Danny Prince, Beer Dorrestein, Christian de Klein, Mario Sedler, Gilles Chloé ran at the top 15. Turnschmidt has tumbled to the back end of the order. And that has promoted Alexander Bentley, Remco Bun and Wout Kirstens, who complete the top 25 drivers, but we're on the final lap. And Butcher is just a couple of corners away, making his way through turn 10 as we speak. But LaHaye still holding on to 4th position. But one more corner remains. It's going to be a 3rd victory in a row. 2 pole positions this weekend. Sean Butcher commandingly takes the checkered flag. It's his advantage going into the final this afternoon. Lachlan Robinson, 16 points adrift coming into the final race of the weekend and of the season. Finishes 1.6 behind. Sam Bergstein in third. Dylan LaHaye makes a good charge through the field as always here at Genk. Through into fourth ahead of Yori Schoens by just over 2.4 tenths of a second. Justin Pohlman rounds out the top six. Let's have a look at the rest of the results. Max Stemmerdink in seventh. Vincent Bouteye in eighth ahead of Erhard Turker. Nick Kuppens, Danny Prins, Beard Dorrestein, Christian de Klein, Mario Sidler and Gilles Chloé-Provizhny being the top 15 that do score points in this race. Lara Zanen rounds out 16th ahead of Buzz Janssen and Bart de Witt. Completing the top 20, it's Robbie Storder and Scott Westhovens. Flint Schuring, Alexander Bentley, Remco Bahn, Alex Verbout, Wout Kirstens and Tern Schmidt complete the 26 that finished the race. But unfortunately for Clementine Benoit, she was forced to sit by the sidelines, having not even made it onto the start as the recovery vehicle makes its way out onto the circuit.
So Glenn Van Parijs joins me, leading the DD2 Championship, looking to get 2 on the bounce in respective seasons, gunning for your 3rd BNL Karting Series title, having secured senior road tax back in 2016.
That's it.
You know, 5 wins coming into this final round. You had a clear gap from everybody else. I think the nearest competitor, Mick Knowlton, you know, you had DJ Liveris making a one-off appearance at Marienburg, and true to form, he was on pace. But it's been a really good season. You know, you've been ultra busy, vice champion Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. You've done the 24 Hours of Zolder this year as well. You've been a busy man, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been a busy month for well, the last couple of weekends. I was racing every weekend back to back, and jumping back into karts is something completely different than I always like coming back to them. It's really it's high level racing here at BNL Karting Series. Well, most of the times, and yeah, it's something different, but I like it as much.
I mean, we were having a Facebook Messenger chat before the weekend, like, was coming in, and what were you know, you wanting to go and represent Team Belgium, who you have done before in previous grand finals. Every championship always provides that level of consistency, and with the 5 victories this year, that really put you, I wouldn't say on a pedestal, but it put you in the right frame of mind coming here to Genk, that it was just about getting to the end of every single race and taking the checkered and knowing, right, I've done exactly what I've needed to do. No one can touch me. I've got the ticket. I've got the championship in my hands.
Well, there's always the advice, don't start counting points, just go for the win. But even though I said it to myself 10 times before the weekend, you still get yourself counting points and then thinking, what should I do this race? And if I'm right, the championship is secured, so that's a good thing. But yeah, we'll have a look and try to finish it on a high again. We got a win today, and unfortunately did not finish, but that's the first one this year, and we've been very consistent. So I think we should continue that way and finish it on a high.
And it's always a good feeling, you know, being with a team that you know very, very well with Bouvin.
Yeah, I've always been with them. All my titles in karting were with them. The gear is superb. The atmosphere in the team it's like a family-like atmosphere, and it's really like coming home when I come to Bouvin. So yeah, very enjoyable for sure.
And thoughts ahead of the next 2 races?
Well, today we've proven our pace in quali, on a quali run as well as on a long run in race 1. So I think tomorrow weather's going to be similar to today. The pace at Genk for us is always good. So yeah, I think we'll be on the top step. Yeah.
Well, Glenn, all the very best of luck.
Thank you, man.
Okay, Alex, I'm here with Rudy Champion, le champion de l'année passée. Rudy, c'est bien dit, hein, tu es le vainqueur de BNL Karting Series 2020. Oui. Et maintenant, on route faire une deuxième fois. Voilà. Essayer de
le gagner, ouais.
Oui, voilà, ça, c'est ça. Qu'est-ce que tu penses de le week-end à ce moment? Tu es content?
Compliqué ce matin. Hier, très compliqué, beaucoup en panne, et on a trouvé la solution à la dernière. Maintenant, il faut qu'on peaufine jusqu'à demain.
J'ai entendu que tu as déjà attrapé le ticket, c'est vrai?
Ouais, j'ai le ticket, je l'ai attrapé au RMCIT pour Bahreïn.
Oui. Et tu as envie d'y aller?
Ah ouais, j'ai envie d'y aller, puis essayer de gagner, parce que j'ai fini 2 à Sarno la dernière fois, et du coup, là, j'aimerais bien la gagner.
Combien d'années tu roules déjà en BNL?
C'est la 2e année.
2e année, ouais. Donc champion, première année, en route de devenir le nouveau champion 2021.
2021, ouais.
Et de nouveau avoir le ticket pour se combattre avec tout le monde.
C'est ça.
Oui, donc oui, c'est bien à savoir. Qu'est-ce que tu trouves du BNL Karting Series en général?
L'organisation est top. Le fait de faire 2 courses dans le même week-end, je trouve ça c'est sympa. Ça change que nous en France où ça dure tout le week-end, mais là on a une chance en fait. On peut se louper, on va dire, le samedi et se rattraper le dimanche ou inversement.
Oui. Ouais, tout le monde doit se travailler aussi, doit travailler à sa famille et toutes les autres choses qui sont importantes dans la vie. Ok, donc j'espère que je te verrai ici demain avec le coupe pour le week-end, mais aussi le coupe pour le championnat.
Merci beaucoup.
Un grand merci à toi. Oui, ok. That's back to you, Alex.
Thank you very much to Ben van der Sticker. I had a chance to catch up with Glenn van Parijs, and he had a chance to catch up with Rudy Champion. Okay, let's get things underway with our last pre-final of the 2021 season, DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-final day 2. Let's have a look at the grid. So again, for the second time in succession this weekend, Glenn van Parijs starts from pole position, eclipsing his time from yesterday by the merest of margins. He will line up alongside Zana Schriblak, who joins him on the front row. Ragnar Veres and Mick Knowlton, that is row number 2. Patrick Slokmelis and Killian Gerhard ran out the top 3 rows. Carl Cobalt, for the second day in succession, picks up another pole position. He starts P7 alongside fellow Belgian Jan Nigussens. Completing the top 10 is Jordi Collen and DD2 Masters driver, the 503 of Bruno dos Santos. Then it's Rudy Champion, Devin Segardi. They complete the top 12 ahead of Christophe Adams, Maxime Dirix, and then we've also got Tom Dessert, Dmitry Ostrovsky, Jonathan Wimore, and Maxim Shaposhnikov. So effectively, the title is pretty much in the hands of Glenn van Parijs, but second in the championship for DD2 Masters is really heating up, and that is between Carl Clibort and Jonathan Wimore, with advantage to the Bakker. So they're now onto their formation lap. 13 minutes set on the timer once again here at Karting Genk. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry. So with the sunshine full and prominent here at the home of champions, we are set for another exciting, enthralling race here It's all about who gets the start that puts them up in front of everybody else. And now we wait for them to get into formation. As they now slowly make their way through turn number 11. And the mind games start again as always in earnest. So winners this weekend so far, Glenn van Parijs and Ragnar Virus yesterday in the pre-final and the final. Also in DD2 Masters yesterday, we had one victory for Carl Clebor, one for Bruno dos Santos. Right, into the tram lines they go. And we wait with bated breath and anticipation. Revs rise. Are we ready? Lights out. We are off and racing. And it's side by side nearly between the top two as Schriblak tries to cut to the inside to get one up on Glenn van Parijs, but not on this occasion. Virus sticks in third position, as does Mick Knowlton in fourth, as they hurtle their way through turn 5 for the first time. As Schriblak runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 5, that nearly opened the door for Ragnar Virus for second position, as the entire field now makes its way into turn number 7, and it's 2x2 hurrah at the back end of the field, and it got a little bit hot and heated, got a bit too close for comfort. The race now really begins, because it's anyone's guess what's going to transpire over the next 12 and a quarter minutes, plus an additional lap. Van Parijs still ahead, but by a fraction. Schriblak looking to make the move to take the lead off of the 401. Virus and Knowlton are with them. Top 5 covered by top 4 covered by half a second. And Virus could have an opportunity if he gets a bit of purchase on the circuit. And Schriblak makes a little bit of an error. A bit of a different line from Zana Schriblak. Turns the cart in, rotates it, clips the curve on the inside of turn 5 with the left front wheel. And now Knowlton closing in on Virus. Virus goes defensive into turn 9. Leading the way in DD2 Masters, it is Carl Clebor, but Rudy Champion is closing on Jori Colin. And those three are covered by half a second. So Jori Colin is the DD2 meet in the DD2 Masters sandwich right about now. As Knowlton up the inside of Virus, runs wide, coming out of turn 12. And that allows the Estonian to get back in front to keep P3, but Knowlton back up the inside again. And Lokmelis goes through, and Virus has no other alternative. He gets squeezed coming out of 2, and he's side by side with Kilian Gerhardt in the 425, who gets round the outside of the Estonian through turn 5. So a rapid set of exchanges there, and it's changed the complexity once again. But in the meantime, the driver that is now leading the way is Zana Schriblak. He's gotten ahead of Glenn van Parijs. Through into turn number 11 come the two leaders. It was 0.166 that when Schriblak was behind van Parijs on the completion of lap 2. He now leads them across the line to complete lap 3. Gap between him and van Parijs is now 0.25. The gap between van Parijs and Knowlton is to the tune of 0.9 of a second. The two leaders now make their way through turn number 6, down the Europolan once again. On lap number 4 with 9 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap remaining. Ragnar Virus trying to do his utmost to get past Kilian Gerhardt to take back 5th position. And as soon as Mick Knowlton got past the Estonian in the 441, the floodgates did then ceremoniously open for everyone else to try and get through, and a couple of drivers did make that happen. And Bruno dos Santos is ahead of a couple of drivers. Devin Segali's made some steady progress through the field as well. The 433 also residing from Estonia. And Jori Collins now dropped to what is now 12th position ahead of Christoph Adams in the 555. And Yanni Gussens now factors into the battle for 5th position. He was very, very close indeed through turn 6 on the back bumper of Ragnar Virus. Xander Schiblak is putting in fast laps. 54.125 seconds was the last one that he did around the circuit here at Genk. As the Rotax roar echoes around these hallowed halls of this circuit. 8 minutes and 25 still to go. Schiblak being closed in on by Vampirize, who was the best part of 7/100ths of a second quicker, is up the inside. Looks like there's been a move on Ragnar Virus. That could be Yanni Gussens. And then, all of a sudden, Carl Klibort. Did he just go round the outside at turn 3? Oh, he's not lost that magic, has Carl Klibort. Shades of 2019 back then from the 510. And Rudy Champion now trying to close in. Ragnar Virus looking to get back past, and now that opens the door for Klibort and Champion to go toe-to-toe. And Champion has had to fight this season. He came in with a bit of an advantage going into this weekend here at Karting Genk. And there's a 29-point advantage. But the gap was slightly truncated, courtesy of the efforts of Carl Klibort. So it was 181 points for Champion, 29 points ahead of Klibort. Looking at the points from yesterday, without drop scores taken into account, Rudy Champion has effectively a 21-point advantage. So that gap has been truncated by 8. Could be another 6 points in, well, it could be another 5 points in the vein for Carl Klibort if he keeps Champion at bay. But Carl Klibort might be concentrating more on second in the championship. Champion's already booked his place to Bahrain, whereas Klibort could be the one that picks up the ticket. But it depends on what Jonathan Wimore is doing, and Jonathan Wimore is nowhere near at this particular moment in time, as it's been pretty much 0.2 of a second between Schiblak and Vampirize as they now make their way through into turn 8. The 401 looks to be closing ever slightly. Through turn 9 they go. Vampirize could have an opportunity on Schiblak going through turn 12, as that was very close indeed. A tighter apex taken by the 401. Through into turn 12 they go once again, as we're about to complete our 8th lap. Now the slipstream working in the favour of Glenn Vampirize as he closes to within 0.16 of Schiblak as they cross the start-finish line. Klibort is 3/10 ahead of Rudy Champion in the battle for the victory for DD2 Masters at this juncture, with us now being on the 9th lap of competition in this pre-final on day 2. Nip and tuck it's been pretty much since the get-go for the two leaders, Schiblak and Vampirize, as Vampirize closes up in the braking zone through turn 9. Now the run down to turn 10. Knowlton's pretty much on his own, holding station in 3rd place. The gap was slightly extended that time by Xander Schiblak on Glenn Vampirize. Knowlton in 3rd. Lockmelis, Gerhard, Virus has retaken back 6th position from Yanni Gussens. But the battle for DD2 Masters for the victory. Rudy Champion has taken a 4th and a 2nd this weekend. Carl Klibort a win and a 3rd on day 1. So 4 minutes to go, 9 minutes completed. And we're about to go on to our 11th lap of racing And the gap looks to be extending between the top two. So Shriblack leads, Vampirize in second, Knowlton, Lochmelis, Gerhard, Virus, Gussens, Clebot and Champion round out the top 9, leading the top two. The top two drivers in DD2 Masters. Devin Sagardi, the Estonian, has made his way up into 10th place in the 433. Bruno Dos Santos rounds out the top 3 in DD2 Masters, 11th overall. We have less than 3 minutes to go as it's getting a bit side by side between two of the drivers. Dos Santos trying to get past Sagardi, and Sagardi is not allowing that to happen. But it's been a very honest battle between Shriblack, who's leading, Vampirize in second as they exit turn number 11. About 3 to 4 kart lengths separate the two at this moment in time. And Carl Clebot looks to be helping himself by quite a significant amount, because what was a 29-point lead for Rudy Champion coming into this race weekend looks to be dropping down to 16 points. So the battle for the lead overall in DD2 is very much the same as what it has been since Sander Shriblack took the lead early on. Vampirize will look to get a victory, take his 7th of the season, but Shriblack has other ideas. Shriblack always has been a fighter, so has Vampirize. Across the line, and it's 0.17 with 1 minute and 10 to go. Vampirize could probably be winding up to try and get past Shriblack at the latest moment possible. And there it goes, through turn 6. Shriblack has one sent up the inside, and they've clashed again. Oh, and Shriblack hard backwards into the barriers off of turn number 7. And I think the images at home say it all. And this now means Mick Knowlton is leading the race with 20 seconds to go. So this will be the penultimate lap, lap number 15. Mick Knowlton this season has been close to a victory. Ragnar Virus pipped him to the post yesterday in the final, but Knowlton will be absolutely jubilant with this one. The incident withstanding. Some yellow flags at turn 7 as the kart from Glenn Vampirize gets pulled away by our marshalling team here. The MKG crew do a fantastic job of making things a run ship shape and Bristol fashion here at Karting Genk. Last lap board now shown. Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands in the 403. And it's Kilian Gerhard. And now there has been a change because Ragnar Virus is ahead of Lochmelis. And the lead that Knowlton has over Gerhard as Estonia's Ragnar Virus was close, very close indeed. And I still see that Zona Shriblack is actually still circulating, but is down in 14th position. So Mick Knowlton getting closer, hopefully to secure second in the championship standings come the end of this race weekend as he exits the final corner and he takes the checkered. Mick Knowlton wins the pre-final on the final day of the season. It's been a long time coming for the Dutchman, and finally the moment has arrived. Kilian Gerhard and Ragnar Virus round out the top three. Loch Mellis takes fourth ahead of Janne Goossens, and it is a second victory of the weekend for DD2 Masters driver Carl Clebor, who closes the gap to Rudy Champion once again by taking sixth overall. Rudy Champion in seventh, ending up over 7.5 tenths of a second behind. Then we have Bruno Dos Santos in eighth, Yori Collin and Devin Sagadi that ran out the top 10. Let's have a look at the rest of the results. So Maxime Dirix rounds out 11th ahead of Christophe Adams from DD2 Masters. Tom Dessert finishes 13th overall, but then also finishes 5th in DD2 Masters. Then it's Zander Shriblack in 14th. Jonathan Wimore down in 15th, and that puts him effectively 5th in DD2. Dmitry Ostrovsky in 16th, and Maxim Shaposhnikov from Russia in the 577, being the last of the drivers that finished the 16-lap race. And Glenn Van Parijs, unfortunately, due to that incident with Zander Shriblack, eliminated on lap number 13. It's time to get the business end of the season over and done with as we go into Micromax for the final time this season. Let's have a look at the starting grid for Micromax final on day 2, the final day of the season. So Boris Maximov will start on pole position, and alongside will be Tom Pappenberg. Jens Munen and Lucas Dodder ran at the top 2 rows ahead of Vic van Kampenhout and Stig de Rademaker. Then it is James Roberts who starts 7th, alongside will be Noah Janssen from Germany in the number 31. Jack Freeman and Liam Sekol round out the top 10 ahead of Tristan Shays, Matthijs Piesens and Felipe Reyes, who hopefully will be out on track, and I can confirm that the number 70 from the Netherlands is out there. They now go on to their last formation lap of the season. 13 minutes on the clock. Set in stone. And Boris Maximov has put himself into title contention because the way things have gone for Tom Pappenberg yesterday have put him at a slight disadvantage. But we'll wait to see what happens after their final race of the season. They've had 8 races this year, including this one at Micromax, but it's advantage Maximov. And the formation is already nice and neatly, tightly packed before we've even hit turn number 9. Who's going to get the jump on everybody else? Who's going to get the whole shot through the start? That's a question that will be answered very, very shortly indeed. So it will come down to this. One final race, one final chance, one last opportunity to go for it. So whatever happens at the end of this race, we'll find a champion for 2021 in Micromax. Out of the final corner they come. The revs build as they enter into the tram lines, and it's a full start. Oh, and that was, I think, Lucas Stodder that was out of the tram lines. And, right. And drama's there for Stig de Rademaker. A bit of a very difficult start. It all started with Lucas Stodder ending up outside of the tram lines, whilst the field started to gain velocity and momentum to give us a clean start. And the Rademaker, unfortunately, has to sit by the sidelines, having mounted one of the Surrey carts, I think it was. Not too sure whether it was Jack Freeman or James Roberts, as everyone now gets back into their assigned grid positions, but there will be a gap on row 3, where Vic van Kampenaert would have been accompanied by... right, red flag has been called. I've just seen the red flag being waved. So, yeah, red flag has been called by the clerk of the course. So we get things back underway with the full restart. So we're going to restart things again for Micromax for the final race of the season for day 2. Let's have a look at the starting grid once again. So we pause Maximov and Tom Pappenberg on the front row. Jent Timmunen and Lucas Torder, row number 2. Vic van Kampenhout and Stig de Rademaker, row 3. Then it's James Roberts, Noah Janssen, Jack Freeman, Liam Sekol, Tristan Shays, Mathis Piesens and Felipe Reis that round out the 13-strong grid. So once again, the red light's ignited on the starting gantry by the start-finish line. 13 minutes reset on the timer once more. So we reset. Get ourselves ready. The first of 5 finals that would curtail the season, about to have a second chance at getting things going. All right, second time around. Out of the final corner they go. 13 Micromax drivers about to go into the tram lines, which they do now. Revs rise. Are we ready? This time it is lights out. And already Maximov goes to cover off Pappenberg, but that gives the opportunity for Moonen maybe to go through. But Pappenberg, round the outside of the pole sitter, goes through into the lead. Pappenberg now ahead of Maximov as the field makes its way through turn 5 for the first time of asking. And now Jent Timmunen has lost out to Lucas Torder from Belgium. And now Maximov looking to size up a move through into the lead. Goes the number 30 on Pappenberg to retake the lead through turn 7 at the chicane. Now by my calculations, it was around 8 points between these two. So one of them has to finish as the winner, and the other one has to finish P3 for the championship. Well, it might even have to be if one wins and the other one doesn't, it's still going to be decided. But one of these drivers, if they finish P3, that could then end their championship at the dying moments of this weekend, as they're now on to lap number 2 of the race. So Maximov leads ahead of Pappenberg. Stodder, Moonen, Van Kampenhout, Noah Janssen now ahead of Stig de Rademaker. Liam Sekul in 8th ahead of James Roberts. Tristan Shays has got past Jack Freeman, who now drops down into 11th position. Driver number 331, Senior Road Tax, please report to the stewards immediately. 331 to the stewards immediately, please. Thank you. But it's still nip and tuck between the top two. Maximov and Pappenberg leading the way. Pappenberg in the tow, going down the start-finish straight. They now head their way through into turn 2. Maximov goes defensive, but Moonen's got back up the inside of Stordeur to retake 3rd position. So the number 10, once again, makes another good overtake, and they're being chased down by Vic van Kampenhout. Through into turn 6 go the leaders. Maximov runs a little bit wide, but Pappenberg not able to get through. As they head through turn number 8. No other positional changes have occurred on this 3rd lap of the last race of the 2021 season for Micromax in the BNL karting series. So 3 minutes down, 10 to go. Papenburg still in the tow, in the slipstream, in the wheel tracks of One Boris Maximov as they come out of the final corner. And Papenburg powers past across the start-finish line, side by side with Maximov. Gets through to retake the lead heading into turn 2. Closes the door off, so Maximov cannot spring a surprise through turns 3, 4 and 5. But Maximov, if Maximov gets a good run going into turn 6, that could change. There's a lot of marbles on the outskirts of the corners, especially turn number 5, which I've just spotted. So Papenburg back into the lead on lap number 4 of this race. Jack Freeman's got past Tristan Shays in the meantime to get back into 10th position. As Maximov rides on the back bumper of Papenburg going through the left-hander at turn 11. They are line astern of the two as they come around the final corner once again. Lap 5 now underway. Gap between the two at the front is 0.115. Moonen is trying to close in and has done so by nearly 0.2 of a second and now joins the fight for the leaders. This could possibly be the driver that might might inadvertently decide who becomes champion this year. As Moonen looking very racy indeed. Won the pre-final yesterday from stone dead last to first. Joining Jente Moonen is Lucas Stodder in the number 12. So it could fast become a four-way scrap for the lead. Also, Vic van Kampenhout has also been improving in lap times, but is about 0.6 off of Lucas Stodder, but looks to be closing in the meantime. Once again, another lap about to be completed. Lap 4 now completed. Lap 5 now completed. 7 minutes and 41 seconds still to go. As Papenburg fends off the advances of One Boris Maximov. Jente Moonen. Again, well, unfortunately that time was not as quick as the two in front who have both set personal bests. James Roberts has now made it up into 8th position in the number 37, representing Great Britain, as now Maximov back up the inside. The pendulum swings in his favour once again. And the top 4 were covered by 0.772 seconds after 5 laps, fast approaching the conclusion of the 6th one. Come across the line once again, and the top 4 covered by 0.7 as Papenburg slots to the inside. Retakes the lead from Maximov, and Moonen was 0.4 adrift of Maximov on that particular last lap, so is in the window of maybe benefiting from a little bit of a slipstream in terms of assistance and the straight line speed of the karts, and now pulls in tighter than the two in front into turn 6 as Maximov again looking up the inside to retake the lead from Papenburg. And once again, within half a lap, the lead has changed twice. We still have plenty of this race to go, just over 5.5 minutes remaining. And Maximov still in prime position. Papenburg cuts a little bit wide. That could have nearly have opened the door for Jente Moonen. And now Papenburg puts the boot on the other foot and gets past to retake the lead through turn 7. Exactly what Maximov did last time around. based on the fact that there are 2 race weekends, it's the best 7 of 8 results for these drivers. And this will take into account a dropped score. And Maximov now up the inside of Papenburg, now retakes the lead. And Jens Moonen is there or thereabouts. Lucas Torder waiting in the wings in 4th position, waiting for a chance to see if Luca can get past. But that's easier said than done when you've got 3 very talented individuals just up ahead. So the top 4 make their way through into turn number 10, coming down the short chute from turn 9. So this will all depend on which drop score gets taken away. Now, looking at it from this perspective, the lowest score for Tom Papenburg is 5 points from yesterday's pre-final. A little bit further back, we concentrate on some of the other drivers. As Noah Janssen battling away. And just keeping my eyes on who is in front. That is Stig de Rademaker. Battling away with Noah Janssen. That is for what is 6th position on the road, and just behind them they've got James Roberts. So we still have 2.5 minutes to go. And Papenburg's got a great run going down the start-finish straight. It only started happening as they crossed the line. But I think we aren't out of the woods yet with this battle for the lead, because it's still waging on. The top 3 line astern as they make their way out of the turn number 9. And now we go into the last 90 seconds of the race weekend and of the season. I said it was going to be one final race that was going to decide it all, and the way things stand, we will have a new champion, but it just depends on who that person will be, provisionally speaking. As they come down the Europalan, down towards turn 7, Maximov goes defensive on Papenburg. Going through into turn 7, but that could give the run of momentum, not just to the likes of Papenburg, but maybe Jens Moonen. And Moonen up the inside. Oh, Papenburg has to avoid, and Lucas Torder is now side by side with the 48. The floodgates have finally opened, and it's given a bit of daylight to the number 30. Now going to go on to our penultimate lap of the season in about 10 or so seconds time. I think that is the moment that has provisionally decided the championship. It's not been easy, because the pressure coming in as a championship leader or one of the title protagonists can make all the difference. The timer has now hit 0. That is it. for this season. Now there's only a lap and a half still to go in this race. Anything can transpire. It's not over until the last checkered flag falls, and this is the reason why. So last lap board is being prepared for Micromax for the season. So out of turn 12, Boaz Maximov gets the last lap board first. And now it's a three-way scrap for second. Jenthe Moonen leading Tom Pappenberg. Lucas Storder, and there goes Pappenberg up the inside of Moonen. The number 10 ends up running a little bit wide through into turn 3. But time has run out. It's all come down to this moment. The top 4 now make their way towards turn 7 for the final time. They've got Vic van Kampenhout trailing them by quite a few seconds. Just 3 more corners remain to complete the session and also the season. Because now out of the final corner, very shortly, will come Boaz Maximov. Based on the championship standings, if it's 2 rounds, 7 out of 8 will count. And I think, provisionally, Maximov might have just taken the title from Pappenberg. Maximov wins it. Pappenberg in second position. Jenthe Moonen in third. Lucas Storder rounds out the top 4, who were covered by less than a second and a half at the end of the race itself. Let's have a look at the remainder of the results here in the Micromax final for day 2, the final day of the 2021 season. So Boaz Maximov takes the victory by 1 second ahead of Tom Pappenberg. Jenthe Moonen completes the top 3. Lucas Storder is in 4th ahead of Vic van Kampenhout, Stig de Rademaker, Noah Janssen, James Roberts rounds out the top 8 ahead of Liam Sekul and Felipe Reis, it looks like. Yep, that is the case. And Jack Freeman, Tristan Shays and Matthijs Biesens complete the 13 strong. But Boaz Maximov takes another victory here at Karting Genk. From Micromax to Minimax, we head to their final race of the season, and the grid looks as follows. Matej Radenkovic, who won the pre-final earlier on today, starts on pole position ahead of Mies Houben from the Netherlands, so they will line up on the front row of the grid. Dave Stevens and Lawrence Herboz complete the top 4 rows, top 4 positions ahead of Mats van Rooyen, Jake Menton, Kaz Tobben, Lars Lambers, and Bruno Brazelis rounding out the 9-strong grid. So they're now on their official formation lap, and for one final time the red light ignites on the starting gantry for these drivers. 13 minutes plus an additional lap set on the timer. as we get ready. We've got 3 more races after this one. 3 titles, I think, yet to have been officially decided. Later on today, we'll have all the relevant results for the weekend winners and for our 2021 champions, who will join the honour roll. Quite an illustrious one at that. So into the tram lines, revs rise, are we ready? Lights are out, we are off and away. And it's nearly 3 abreast going into turn 2 for the first time, as Lawrence Herbol's trying to force Mies Houben a little bit wide, but Houben able to use the runoff on the first lap, which are very allowed to use here, as Herbol's up the inside through turn number 4 on Mies Houben. Tay Stevens ends up staying in 4th position, but now Houben back up the inside of Herbol's going through turn number 6 there. It's all getting rather feisty at the front of the field. Well, not with Mateo Radenkovic being involved, because he's literally galloped away into the distance. So Radenkovic has got a comfortable lead. He's done a bit of a Sebastian Vettel here, back from the old Red Bull days, as Mateo Radenkovic. Houben going side by side. Herbol's up the inside to now take 2nd position, back from the 108 after the earlier exchange. Tay Stevens, Mats van Rooyen and Jake Menton ran out the top 6 positions, headed up. Well, after that, it's headed up by Bruno Brazelis, is up but through the inside once again. Houben seems to find that turn 6 is a very good place to overtake, and has showed it in spades, but Herbol's back up the inside to retake the position through turn number 7. And whilst this quintet are battling away, is now Jake Menton up the inside of Mats van Rooyen. Neatly done by the 131 going through turn 9. And now Van Rooyen looking to the inside of Menton going through into turn 10, gets back through and retakes the place. Radenkovic's lead was the best part of, what was it, 8 and a bit tenths of a second. We now go on to lap number 3 of this race, and Houben this time fends off the advances of Herbol's going through into turn number 2. Tay Stevens is with them. They've started to slightly break away from Mats van Rooyen. Kaz Tobin in the meantime has got past Bruno Brazelis from Latvia for 7th place. Lars Lambert is rounding out the 9 strong. They make their way through the chicane at turn number 7. Into turn 10 once again. 2nd, 3rd and 4th hardly separated. They were line astern going through the right-hander, and Tay Stevens briefly had a look up the inside of Lawrence Herbol's heading into turn number 12. Coming out of turn 11. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go, 3 completed. And now Herbol's again on the offensive alongside Houben into turn 2. Gets back past into 2nd position once again. Just under 9.5 minutes to go, and Herbol's has gotten ahead of Mies Houben, crucially for 2nd position. are still going to fight all the way with every sinew in their bodies to keep pressing forward, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing all the way through what has been a fantastic day in terms of weather for racing here at Karting Genk. The second weekend of October, as Tay Stevens wrestles with the back end of the car under braking. Now Kaz Tobin trying to get past Jake Menton for 6th position, but the 1-3-1 not allowing that to happen thus far. Radenkovic already after 4 laps has gone into the 59.7 second bracket, and that's the fastest lap of the race. A little bit further back, Bruno Brazelis and Lawrence Lambert still battling way over 8th and 9th respectively. Very much cat and mouse between who's going to get second, who's going to get third, who's going to get fourth in this race. As Hubin goes a little bit on the defensive in front of Tay Stevens. Radenkovic crosses the line to complete the 5th lap. Puts in a 59.8. Gap between first and second now, an extensive gap. Probably one that will be relatively unchallenged, I fear. Nearly 3.1 seconds. As Herbold still fending off the likes of Hubin and Tay Stevens. Brazelis and Lumber are still battling away for 8th place as they make their way through turn number 6. Those in front, there's 6 karts, rounded out by Kaz Tobin in 7th position. So this is the battle from 2nd to 7th. So 6 minutes completed, 7 to go, and Radenkovic just comfortably moving on ahead and not looking back at what everyone else behind is doing. Dave Stevens could have an opportunity maybe to get past Mies Hubin. It's only if Hubin makes an unforced error. And again, we saw in the pre-final earlier on today that Mies Hubin and Tay Stevens were battling away over 2nd position. And what they managed to do was the fact that Hubin was able to keep in front and stayed ahead for the remainder of the race. So very much at a stalemate at the moment, but now Hubin looking to the inside. Wrestles with the back end of the cart as he tries to control it under braking. And gets through on turn 2. And then Herbold, oh, that's getting close side by side. They're banging wheels. And Herbold ends up being on the wrong end of the stick there. And that's allowed 2 to get past, not including Mies Hubin. And those drivers being Tay Stevens and Mats van Rooyen. So Hubin did have the inside line. That was coming out of turn number 3 and going into 4. So there was room and Hubin was able to get through. It was very nip and tuck between the pair of them. And unfortunately, Lawrence Herbold's lost out on that particular juncture. Now Hubin leads the train for 2nd position all the way down to 7th. Now Kaz Tobin goes side by side with Jake Menton across the start-finish line. And could Kaz Tobin get through? No, Jake Menton stays ahead. So whether Kaz Tobin needs to pull out of the slipstream a little bit later just to maximise that aerodynamic tow that the 134 is getting behind the 131, as Herbold looks a little bit tighter on the apex through turn 6 in comparison with Mats van Rooyen, with the former just trying to keep ahead for the moment in 4th place. Four minutes and 18 still to go. Radenkovic's lead is now 4.715 seconds And on lap number 8, we're about to complete lap 9. Radenkovic has been putting fastest lap on fastest lap. Last 3 laps have been in the 59.6s or 7s. Goes across the line once again. This time it's a 59.555. Radenkovic is like on a blast on his own. He's just like gone for a proverbial testing session here. The gap now between him and Huben is now 5.2 seconds. Huben looking to secure the vice champion status this season. And for a moment, Tay Stevens was looking up the inside, going through into turn 7, but was not able to make it count. There was not enough room for that to happen, but Mats van Rooyen, the 103 from the Netherlands, was looking briefly up the inside maybe of the 182, but now Stevens gets past Huben through turn 10. Huben back down into third once more. And across the line they go once more. 5.862 seconds. Huben back up the inside of Stevens as Herbo's up the inside, and Stevens got back into second position. Herbo's got past Van Rooyen eventually, and now trying to go through on the inside of Mies Huben. They're going to go side by side now on through turn number 5. Herbo squeezes Huben, and Huben has no alternative but to stay out of the way of that one. He did not want to be collected. And it's all heating up in the battle for P2 downwards, because Radenkovic is quite literally running away into the distance. And now senses this is going to be the perfect weekend. It's going to close out the season in style from the youngster from Belgium. Across the line he goes again. 59.621 was the lap time. It's been consistent from Radenkovic, and the lead now is 6.2 seconds. Tay Stevens in second. Laurens Herbo's rounds out the top 3 ahead of Mies Huben. Mats van Rooyen, Jake Menton, Kaz Dobben, Lars Lambers and Bruno Brazelis rounding out the 9 strong that are still circulating after 11 laps completed. Radenkovic is making his way through turn 9 as the rest now make their way into the entrance into turn number 8. I think we're going to have 3 more laps to go in this race as Radenkovic crosses the line with just 1 minute and 2 seconds on the clock, plus 1 lap remaining. So that will probably put us on to a total of 15 laps of this 1.36 kilometre circuit here at karting Genk. And again, he's put in another fastest lap of the race. Radenkovic has been literally the freight train that no one has been able to stop this weekend. And now Tay Stevens has started to move away from the likes of Laurens Herbo's, Mies Huben, Mats van Rooyen, Kaz Dobben, amongst others. 13 seconds on the clock remain as Radenkovic makes his way through into turn 10. It is going to be nip and tuck. Timer counts down, and it is going to be 2 seconds as Radenkovic crosses the line onto the 14th and penultimate lap of this race. And what's more, it's the penultimate lap of the racing season for Minimax. Huben trying to do everything in his power to keep the likes of Mats van Rooyen and Jake Menton behind. Laurens Herbo's was 25 points behind Mies Huben coming into this round. I would imagine that Huben's consistency will help him to the runner-up spot in the championship. The timer has expired for the final time for this class in 2021. And it has been a domination of proceedings from the minute we went qualifying yesterday morning to this time now. Final lap board of the season gets shown to Matej Radenkovic, who comes through turn 2 for the final time of this race weekend and of the season. Tay Stevens, Lawrence Herboz, Mies Huben, Mats van Rooyen, Jake Menton, Kaz Tobben, Laurens Lambers and Bruno Brazelis. That is the order as it has been for a few laps. But Radenkovic gets his head down into turn number 7 for the final time through the chicane. Through into the sweeper at turn number 8. Just now 3 more corners remain from this youngster. And he's already started celebrating as he came out of turn 9. Out of turn 11, 1 more corner remains. The checkered flag waits for this individual, and it's been a storming way through to the title in 2021. And there it is. Matej Radenkovic wins Minimax in BNL. He takes the title for 2021. No one has stopped him. 2 pole positions, a perfect score in the books, and Radenkovic has done the business when it counted the most. Tay Stevens in second. Lawrence Herboz rounds out the top 3. Mies Huben has fought every single time he's gotten out on track this weekend and through the season. Finishes P4 at the end of it. Mats van Rooyen in 5th. Jake Menton, Kaz Tobben, Lars Lambers and Bruno Brazelis from Latvia ran out the top of the 9 strong. But Matej Radenkovic could not be denied this weekend here at the home of champions. 3 more races to go, and next up it's Junior Road Tax as one of the drivers. Looks like Tino Sidler having difficulty coming out of the pre-grid. Let's have a look at the starting order for the final race for Junior Road Tax here at Karting Genk. Kai Rielets pretty much has sewn up the title, but it's the battle for second that's going to be really interesting. One of those drivers in that mix is alongside on the front row, Farin Mega from Germany. Tommy van der Struijs and Job Briefeld ran out the top 2 rows. Vic Stevens and Matthijs Turlo ran out row number 3. Row 4 is Kees Dams and Austin Lee. Completing the top 10 is Casper Schrommans and Nick Gerhards. Row number 6 is Enzo van den Dickenberg and Montego Masson. Then it's Olivier Jonkers, Tino Sidler, Luc Nielsen. It was Krik Knoren that I don't think has managed to get out quite yet out of the pre-grid, due to start 16th. Boluet, Ralph van der Pevert, Lakiron Sorensen, Romans Rodinovs and Puck Gubbles complete the 21-strong grid. Now on to the final formation lap of the season. As they say, it's the calm before the storm, and with 13 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap, expect some fireworks to be set off here at Karting Genk, and that's on the track. Drivers now steeling themselves, getting ready for the final race of the season, and it has been a lengthy journey so far. So the drivers make their way through into turn 11 with Rielets and Mega now starting to control proceedings. They're the ones that set the pace for the rolling start. And it looks like Krik Knoren might not be taking the start at the moment, but may be released after they go lights out. Right, out of the final corner, it's a slow trundle towards the tram lines. They split, they go into them. Revs rise, are we ready? Lights are out, and Rielets gets away from the rest, and now the battle resumes as Mega keeps ahead, staying into turn 2 in second position. Tommy van der Struijs looks to be up into P3, stays in P3, and now the battle behind them has really kicked off, and there's been a bit of a tangle. 2 carts off, and one of which is Matthijs Turlo. The drama has happened instantly, and Matthijs Turlo has a big drama, and Austin Lee now battling away with looks to be Nick Gerhards. And that is for effectively 5th position. Casper Schrommans is just behind, so Matthijs Turlo has been unceremoniously had the rug pulled from underneath his feet. So Rielets leads ahead of Mega, van der Struijs, Briefeld. Running at the top 4, Nick Gerhards and Austin Lee. Well, it was Austin Lee until Vic Stevens had something to say about it. And now Stevens up into 6th position ahead of the German driver. Casper Schrommans just behind. Montego Masson up into 9th. Tino Sidler has made significant inroads and is now up into P10. Krik Knoren did get released from the dummy grid after the lights went out and the start was given. And Matthijs Turlo down in 20th position, a little bit further back. Van den Dickenberg and Sidler nearly came to contact going through into turn number 9. And both lucky enough to avoid it. As Schrommans has got past Austin Lee, who's now coming into the clutches of Montego Masson. These two used to compete against each other in RMC. Well, they did compete against each other last year and this year in the Road Tax Max Challenge Germany Championship. which concluded its season last weekend at Vickenborn. And there goes Van der Sloijs up the inside of Mega through turn 6. Van der Sloijs again finding some great pace in the 254. Another Tony Kart chassis these days, running with Combi Kart Racing Team. So just under 10.5 minutes remain in this race, and points are still up for grabs. And now the hunt begins for the race lead for those in second and third. Just keeping an eye on Job Breedveld. Breedveld is running to within 1/100th of Van der Sloijs, as Van der Sloijs just sets the fastest lap. Gap between first and second now just under 4.5 tenths. Leaders now making their way through turn 7 as the fights carry on, going down the Europolaan. In some cases, 4 carts line astern who can't be separated. And Tino Sidler battling away with the likes of Olivier Jonkers and Luc Nielsen, and Van den Dickenberg just up ahead. And that is for 11th on the road. So the gap between the top two was nearly 4.5 tenths. It's now down to 3.5 tenths as Job Breedveld now sets the fastest lap. So Breedveld puts in a 56.011, the fastest lap of anybody. Expect the lap times to go into the high 55s, not too far from now. The battle for second position is a 3-cart scrap at the moment. It could be 4 if Breedveld catches them hand over fist, and there's still 8 3/4 minutes to go of this race, plus an additional lap. So it's all to play for. Luc Nielsen now past Tino Sidler for 13th position. No other positions changed in any exchanges in this last lap. We're about to complete lap number 5. But Rillert's looking to cap off what has been an incredible year for the youngster from Belgium, 15 years of age. He's won the Rotax Max Euro Trophy this season, the International Trophy at Le Mans. The BMC is pretty much assured to be his, and now he's looking for a 4th, respective either one-off event or title, to add to the illustrious list of successes he's had this season. Van der Sloijs is showing that we will have someone else at the sharper end of the field, but in the meantime, Van der Sloijs has been passed by Farin Mega for second position on the road. Breedveld is now with them, and Breedveld's gone into the 55s, as has Farin Mega. I did say it might not take long. And the two of Mega and Breedveld, second and 4th respectively, now have a bit of pace to bring themselves into contention for what looks to be a very, very close encounter, and it's a second between the top 4 from front to rear bumper. Rillert's just doing everything just to keep the cart in one piece, not make any mistakes, bring the cart home. There's now Van der Sloijs in the slipstream of Farin Mega down the Europolaan. Into turn 7, the chicane, now into the right at 8. Breedveld was 4/10 of a second, looks to be a lot closer than that this time. As they now make their way down the short straightaway into turn number 10, the right-hander brings them into 11 before one more corner remains of this 1,360-metre circuit. Rillert's has pretty much commanded proceedings thus far as we are halfway through the race. And it's still a second between the top 4 as Van der Sloijs trying to find an opportunity to get past Farin Mega, but whilst that's happening, Job Breedveld is closing in on them. Rillert's now sets the fastest lap of the race, 55.887 seconds. Top 15 as it stands at the moment is Rillert's, Mega, Van der Sloijs, Breedveld, Stevens, Schomans, Gerhards, Ostenly, Montego Massen, Bollouet, Olivier Jonkers, Luc Nielsen, Tino Sidler, Dave Dams and Ralph van der Pevert complete the top 15. Provisionally scoring them some points to see out the season. Matthijs Turlo is also running in the 55.9s, but he's down all the way in 20th position, not the way that the Dutchman would have wanted to have finished this campaign. Because could that have been the difference? As now Van der Stroys up the inside of Mega. Breedveld has now joined the fray and is right up the exhaust pipe of Farin Mega as they go through into turns 4, now into 5. Oh, and a little bit of a touch from behind from Breedveld on Mega, probably because of the way that Van der Stroys went through the corner. Sometimes you can't always evade that. 5 minutes still to go. We're on lap number 9 of this race. And Villets now has a bit more daylight. The gap was 6/10. Could be more like 8 at the end of this lap. So out of the final corner, Kai Villets leads the field once again onto lap number 10. Across the line he goes, and it's a 55.855 from him. And it's close, it's 4/10 between second, third and fourth. Van der Stroys versus Mega versus Breedveld. And Farin Mega up the inside of Tommy Van der Stroys. That opens the door. Oh, Breedveld nearly got compromised there as the pair of Mega and Van der Stroys gesticulating at each other there, I think. They need to concentrate on racing. That's exactly what Job Breedveld is doing. He's now gotten past Tommy Van der Stroys. And now Van der Stroys trying to put the boot on the other foot through turn 10. The 254 gets through. So now it's all started to spread out a little bit here because now Gillets has a lead of 1.7 seconds and he's checking out. Van der Stroys and Breedveld still embroiled in that battle as there's a little bit further behind. That was Montego Maassen just being passed by Boluet. Boluet hasn't had the best weekend in the office here at the BNL Karting Series. They've both managed to get past Austin Lee, who rounds out the top 10. A little bit further ahead, Casper Schrommans and Nick Gerhard's battling tooth and nail for 6th position. And it's 2 teammates. Nick Gerhard's closing in on Casper Schrommans, going through into turn 10 into the braking zone. Turn the kart in, rotate it, put the power back down, and then it's again consistent sideways lateral movement in these Mojo tyres. Drivers have to compensate with. It's Farin Mega still holding on to 2nd position. And it was a fraction between him and Tommy Van der Stroys as Job Breedveld looking to take a title on going through turn 6, and Van der Stroys read that was happening. So we've got 2 minutes plus an additional lap of this race and of the season still to go. And Villets continues just to do what he needs to, do exactly the amount to keep ahead, but the battle for 2nd position really heating up between Farin Mega and now Tommy Van der Stroys. Job Breedveld now languishing a little bit further behind as they go through turn number 5. Battle for 2nd still not over. Mega just keeping his head down, trying to stay ahead of Tommy Van der Stroys. Breedveld could start catching in the dying moments. As we're into the last 60 seconds of the season, Gilles crosses the line. This will be the penultimate lap of the race and of the season. Lap number 14 out of 15. Second, far from being decided yet. A little bit further back, some great battling here. That is between the 2:16 of Olivier Jonkers and Thijs Daams, as now Van der Stroys gets past Farin Mega for second position. That happened down the Europolaan. Now Job Briefeld has caught them back up once more. 10 seconds on the clock remains. And the final lap board of the season is going to be shown to Kai Gilles, who now comes through the apex of turn number 12. One more lap remains for the 274 from JJ Racing. As Briefeld trying to go alongside Farin Mega, but Mega not wanting to have any part of that at all. He's still fixated on trying to get past Tommy van der Stroys, who retains second position for the moment, but Briefeld might be gunning for another top 3 finish. He took 2 yesterday. Takes a differing line and goes round the outside of Farin Mega. Oh, they bump wheels, they rub, there's smoke. And Farin Mega keeps the position. And Job Briefeld went round the outside, had great traction and could have managed to get round the outside, but they clashed. But just 2 more corners remain. It's been a season that he will never forget in his racing career, because out of the final corner, it's championship time, because Kai Gilles celebrates. He knows he's got the job done. Tommy van der Stroys, the sigh of relief after that, taking second. Farin Mega takes third. A little bit of frustration seeping then for Job Briefeld, who could have gotten another top 3 finish. 5th place goes to Vic Stevens. Casper Schormans rounds out the top 6 ahead of Nick Gerhards, Boluet, Montego Masson, Austin Lee, who completes the top 10 and rounding out the 21 strong here in Junior Rotax. It's Thijs Daams, Olivier Jonkers, Luke Neeson, Tino Sidler, Lakke Ron Sorensen, Ralph van der Pevert, Matthias Turlo, ending up in 17th after a first lap incident. Enzo van den Dickenberg, Romans Rodinovs, Park Gubbels and Krik Knoren rounding out the 21 that have finished the race. All of them making it to the end of 15 laps. But Kai Gilles is your 2021 BNL Karting Series Junior Rotax champion. Senior Rotax now head out for their final race of the season. It's final, day 2. Let's have a look at the starting grid. It's been a pretty good weekend in the office so far for Sean Butcher, who starts from pole position, and alongside him will be his KR Sport teammate Lachlan Robinson, representing the United Arab Emirates. Sam Bergstein and Dylan LaHaye complete the top 2 rows ahead of Yori Schoens and Justin Pohlman. Max Demedink and Vincent Boutier complete the top 8 positions ahead of Erhard Turker. I've not seen venture out of the free grid. He's due to have Nick Cuppins alongside. Danny Prince and Beard Dollerstein, row number 6. Christian Decline and Gilles Clouet, row 7. Mario Sidler and Bart de Witt, row 8. Scott Westhovens and Buzz Janssen, row 9. Top 20 completed by Flint Schuring and Robbie Stordeur. Alec Verbergt, Remco Bahn, Wout Kirstens, Turnschmidt, Clementine Benoit and Lars Zanen ran out the 26th. Will take to the track, but no, a non-starter, unfortunately, for Great Britain's Alexander Bentley, who was due to start 20th. So 154 points to Butcher, 143 to Lachlan Robinson. Butcher has been the class of the field this weekend. As the red lights on the starting gantry once again get ignited. 13 minutes on the timer set to count down the minute the red lights go out and we're underway. Erhard Turker will start from the dummy grid. So the senior Rotax field makes its way through the exit of the final corner. They split, they go into the tram lines. So, revs rise once again. Are we ready? Let's go racing. And Lachlan Robinson tries to go side by side and gets the lead ahead of Sean Butcher. Dylan LaHaye now ends up in second. So Robinson has now made the jump that he needed to. As there's been a few dramas a little bit further behind. It's 2 by 2 towards the bottom part of the top 15 heading through turn 5. But Robinson leads and there's Gilles Clouet. Now out of the picture a little bit further back, but Robinson leads the field as they make their way through into turn number 7. It was 2 by 2 with certain drivers. I think I spotted Mario Sidler, but Robinson hits the front. LaHaye in second, Butcher in third. Now make their way through turn number 12, a little bit sideways from Robinson, nearly gave LaHaye an opportunity to get past and take the lead on the completion of lap 1. Robinson leads them. LaHaye trying to go up the inside, but Robinson stays resolute and stays ahead of the 328. A little bit further back, Bergstein battling away with Bouteille in 6th and Polman stuck in the middle of those two. And LaHaye now goes up the inside of Robinson through turn 7 to now take the lead on lap 2. The two behind, Robinson and Butcher will give chase. Now Butcher trying to look up the inside of Robinson through turn 10, thinks better of it. Now has to wait for another opportunity to get through. LaHaye leads, Robinson, Butcher, covered by 3 and a bit tenths of a second. Bergstein half a second adrift, a little bit of a battle behind, maybe between Nick Kubbins and Yuri Schoens. That's for 7th on the road. Through into turn 6. Robinson now gets passed by Butcher. Robinson with a switchback. Both giving each other enough racing room. So Robinson retakes second position after a brief exchange through turn 6. And Vincent Boutier now up into P5 ahead of Justin Polman. LaHaye not scarpering away into the distance quite yet. We've got 10.5 minutes to go plus an additional lap. And anything can happen. Gilles Clouet has parked the kart, I'm afraid. And now we'll be out of the race. A real shame of how that has ended the season. And as now Butcher got through past Robinson through the final corner. Now back up into second position goes the reigning and defending champion. LaHaye himself, a champion back in 2019 and 2017 in this class. Joe Turney, Oliver Askew, Glenn Van Parijs as now Butcher takes the lead. That's the move that he needed to do and needed to do it quickly. LaHaye has not been up at the sharper end of the grid like Robinson and Butcher have been all weekend long. Bergstein closing in. Bouteye also in there, and then Justin Pohlmann rounds out the top 6. Clémentine Benoit has made steady progress up to 19th. Lars Zanen up to 17th. Bartovic just drops outside of the top 10, courtesy of Beard Dorrestein and Christian de Klein. Joris Schoens past Nick Cuppens, and now Lachlan Robinson up the inside. Nearly tangles with Dylan LaHaye, but he gets through. Sheer commitment from Robinson to get through on LaHaye. And this is LaHaye's backyard. And now Bouteye gets through on Bergstein for 4th position. Pohlmann right on the back bumper of the 319 heading into turn 7. And then they've got Joris Schoens just behind as well. So this is heating up too. Nick Cuppens battling away with Beard Dorrestein, and Christian de Klein about 3 to 4 kart lengths behind. Butcher now leads the way. Robinson back into 2nd. LaHaye in 3rd. Bergstein, Bouteye, Pohlmann, Schoens, Cuppens, Dorrestein, de Klein, Stemmerding, De Wit, Janssen, Westhovens and Danny Prins ran out the top 15 overall. Gilles Chloé has been confirmed as an official retirement after the first lap tangle. And that also includes Turnschmidt, but then Nick Cuppens trying to close on Beard Dorrestein, who's just taken that position away. The 324 has been through the ringer this weekend, but has managed to make it count a little bit more in this final race of the season. But Butcher has got a gap. It was half a second ahead of Robinson last time around. Sean Butcher, fastest on track out of anybody. 54.732 last time around on the completion of lap 5. 1 minute to go until we hit the halfway point of this race. And Butcher's lead now stretches to 6.5 tenths exactly. LaHaye in 3rd. There's now Justin Pohlmann looking to sense an opportunity to get past Sam Bergstein. Joris Schoens also waiting in the wings. He rounds out the top 7. On this particular occasion, Joris Schoens right in the draft as Pohlmann goes ultra defensive. Through into turn 8 they go once again. But with 6 minutes and 45 seconds, anything can happen in motorsport. As a little bit further down the field, Lars Zanen looks to have gotten past, more than likely Bart de Wit. He's behind Danny Prins in the 303. Halfway through the race, halfway to go, plus 1 lap remaining of the 2021 BNL Karting Series campaign in Senior Rotax. So 2 retirements, unfortunately, Turnschmidt and Gilles Chloé out on the first lap. No, a non-starter from Alexander Bentley. Top 10 covered by 4.3 seconds as of the previous lap. And Butcher trying to stretch away a distance between himself and Lachlan Robinson. Robinson at the moment has not had any real challenge in the last couple of laps or so from Dylan LaHaye. You can always count on LaHaye to sometimes bring a little bit of the fireworks to the party. But no one has been able to match both Butcher and Robinson, especially the former, throughout this race weekend. And between second, third and fourth, it was nearly 6 tenths. As now Bouteye closing in on LaHaye. I think LaHaye can sense that, because the French driver just behind the Belgian is trying to close in and maybe open up a window of opportunity. There's still 5 minutes of this race remaining, so Bouteye has a chance to get past LaHaye. But LaHaye has shown in years past here in the BNL Karting Series and in other championships that experience is very much a key. As As Robinson again keeps LaHaye at bay. And Bouteille is closing once again a little bit further back. There's Max Stemmerdink, who's just gotten past Nick Kuppens, and that is for 9th position on the road. 4 minutes and 20 remain of the season, and Bouteille has got the job done on LaHaye. So Bouteille has gotten past the 3:28 from GKS Lemons Power. Credit to Beard Dotterstein, who has kept on trucking, especially with that incident yesterday. He's ahead of Max Stemmerdink, who is looking to now have to consolidate what could be 3rd place in the overall standings come the checkered flag. Gap now between 1st and 2nd. Butcher to Robinson now nearly 1.4. Bouteille is closing on the 3:16 from the UAE. As there is the move from Bouteille, but can Robinson get the switch back? He does. Bouteille and Robinson were side by side for a split second, but the 3:16 gets back past and resumes 2nd position. As a result of that brief exchange, the toe is mighty down the Europolan here at Karting Genk, and that was a prime example of showing it in full prominence, front and centre. Butcher's lead last time around was 1.4 seconds. I would imagine that's probably be closer to 2 as he crosses the line onto lap number 12. As Robinson looking over his right and then left shoulder, gap is nearly 2 seconds. 1.945 to be exact. This battle for 2nd in the race. Christian de Klein has also got past Nick Kuppens, so the 3:99 from the Netherlands now hits the top 10. As LaHaye was looking menacing behind Bouteille for 3rd position. As all, there's been a little bit of a touch between Max Stemmerdink and Beard Dotterstein in the battle for 8th position. And Jori Schoens has just been hit with a 3-second time penalty for being found to have 2 wheels outside of the tram lines, and Dotterstein and Stemmerdink have not finished yet. This is now going to open it up to everyone behind. And in there is Lars Zanen in the 397, stuck somewhere in the middle. We've also got Nick Kuppens. You can also even count that Clémentine Benoit is going to be in that. And that is the case. As, oh my goodness, Bouteille went up the inside of Robinson. Robinson tried to get back past to take 2nd, and that gave the opportunity to LaHaye and also Sam Bergstein. Robinson drops down into 4th position. That's exactly they're all battling tooth and nail for position. Robinson has been fighting for a championship this weekend. There's now Justin Pullman up the inside. That is on the 365 of Jori Schoens. So Robinson now in 4th position. And Butcher has not looked back, has been forever looking forward, and has been on form all weekend long. Less than 60 seconds remain in the final race of the season. And Butcher has a 3.3 second lead over Belgium's Dylan LaHaye. Sam Bergstein in 3rd, Lachlan Robinson down in 4th position. Jori Schoens now past Justin Pullman as Vincent Bouteille has dropped to 7th as a result of that turn 2 and 3 exchange. So Butcher's now making his way through the exit of turn number 10 as we speak. And we'll cross the line to start the penultimate lap of the season. So lap number 15 out of 16 underway. Butcher has a comfortable lead of nearly 3.8 seconds. LaHaye in 2nd, Bergstein, Robinson, Schoens, Pullman, Bouteille, de Klein, Dotterstein, Prins, Kuppens, Zanen, Janssen, Benoit, Stemmerdink ran out the top 15. Some great comeback drives from the likes of Lars Zanen and Clémentine Benoit. As the timer has hit 0 for the final time in senior road tax. And Sean Butcher has about a lap and a third still to go. LaHaye in second, Stemmerdink, Robinson and Schoens ran out the top 5. Final lap board being shown to Sean Butcher. And I know his dad Glenn is watching right now. Probably fingernails bitten down to the quick. But it has been a pretty good performance from the 301, running under a UK licence. Family originally from Australia. He's based out of London these days. A lovely guy to talk to off the track, but a steely competitor like every single one that has joined us here this season in the BNL Karting Series. So the checkered flag gets prepared for the penultimate time this race weekend and this season. Out of turn number 11, one more corner remains. It's been a perfect weekend to round out the season in style, and Sean Butcher defends his BNL Karting Series title for a second year in succession. Joins the likes of Glenn van Parijs, Zander Schriblak, Mike van Vught. He's now defended a title, and what's more, he's booked his place to the Grand Finals in Bahrain this December. A perfect score in the office, and the realisation he's flipped up the visor. I'm sure the emotions are going to be at a high point, but Sean Butcher wins the race by a commanding 4.643 seconds to cap out the season in style. Ahead of Dylan LaHaye, Sam Bergstein in third. Commiserations to Lachlan Robinson, who was in the title picture right up until this point. He finishes in fourth. Ahead of Jori Schoens, Justin Pohlman, Vincent Bouthier, Christian de Klein, Beard Dorrestein, Danny Prince, Nick Kuppens, Lars Zanen, Baz Janssen, Clementine Benoit, Max Stemmerdink ran out the top 15. Alec Verbert, Mario Sidler, Erhard Zerker, Robbie Stodder, Scott Westhovens, Bart de Wit, Remco Baan, Wout Kerstens and Flint Schuring complete the 24 that finished the 16-lap race. Ahead of Gilles Clouet and Tern Schmidt, who unfortunately both retired on the opening lap. But provisionally speaking, Sean Butcher is your 2021 Senior Road Tax BNL champion.
Avec la trompette, oui. Hein. Ah, et ouais, elle vient dans la bouche. Ah, mais ça, c'est pour les mécaniques. Oui, 3 minutes avant de partir au mécanique du haut. Ouais. Les gens en est passé. Mais comme ça, on ne va pas appeler. Ja.
As they say, now we face the final curtain. It's time for our last race of the 2021 BNL Karting Series season. And closing out the show, as always, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's have a look at the final grid of the 2021 campaign. Mick Knowlton, after what we saw in the pre-final earlier on, starts from pole position and has Francis-Kilian Gerhard alongside. Ragnar Virus, who has taken a victory this weekend as well, starts on the inside of row 2 ahead of Patrick Snols-Lochmelis. Jan Negusens in 5th will have Carl Clevort de Bakker alongside on row 3. Rudy Champion and Bruno dos Santos complete the top 4 rows. Champion and Clevort, the gap is close between them coming into this final race of the season. Both of them want to stamp their claim on the title this year. Yodi Collin and Devin Segardi complete the top 10, and rounding out the 17 strong are the following drivers: Maxime Diris, Christophe Adams, Tom Dessert, Jonathan Wimore, Dimitri Ostrovsky, Maxime Shaposhnikov and Glenn Van Parijs, and an absent Zona Schiblak is not on the grid. So 13 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap set on the timer for the final time. As Van Parijs now makes his way into turn number 2. The red light ignited on the starting gantry here at the home of champions karting Genk. 13 minutes plus 1 additional lap will see us bring the curtain call down on our 2021 season. The season kicked off back on the 3rd of April 2021. 3 rounds split on just over 6 months has brought us down to this day. It's 205 days since the kickoff started things off back on the 20th of March this year. And now we come to the final hurrah. So we wait for all 17 drivers to get into formation. And now, out of the final corner, they split, they head into the tram lines. Right then, revs rise. Are we ready for the last time this season? We are lights out and racing. And Mick Knowlton and Ragnar Virus get ahead of Kilian Gerhard in the initial foray going through the start phase. And with them is Patrick Snols-Lochmelis. Carl Clevort now up into 5th position ahead of Jan Negusens in the 490. Everyone pretty much making their way through. And Glenn Van Parijs has already made his way up 6 positions. He's now up into, I think, 11th place. So Glenn Van Parijs has been gunning for a 7th victory this weekend. He's got time. He's got 12 and a quarter minutes plus an additional lap to do so as Mick Knowlton leads them out of the final corner to complete lap number 1, leading Ragnar Virus, Kilian Gerhard. And also Lochmelis from Latvia. Jan Negusens back past Clevort as Lochmelis up the inside of Gerhard to take P3. And that now means there's plenty of changes. Yodi Collin has got past Rudy Champion. Christophe Adams now up into 10th. And that makes it P3 in DD2 Masters. Glenn Van Parijs is just behind the 555. So the 401 from Boobin Power now closing in on those in front. And there is Rudy Champion right ahead of Glenn Van Parijs. The sunshine has been absolutely spectacular this weekend, and it's provided us with some fantastic racing. And what a way to close out the season as Mick Knowlton leads ahead of Ragnar Virus. The gap now is 0.329. Lochmelis now trying to hang on for 3rd as Jan Negusens makes his presence felt on the back bumper of Kilian Gerhardt, figuratively, not literally speaking. As Bruno Dos Santos is closing on Carl Clébaut. Looking at it from this perspective, oh, that's a dive and a half, Yanni Gussens. Absolutely did the best impersonation in karting of a Daniel Ricciardo. Lick the stamp and send it right up the inside of Kilian Gerhardt. Inspired young sir. Well done, that was brilliant. And now here is Glenn Van Parijs round the outside. Oh no, Rudy Champion's just tangled as Van Parijs was round the outside. Champion over the back bumper of Jordi Collen. Oh my goodness, the hits, they keep on coming. And Jordi Collen dejectively walks away from the 406. And that's not how you want the race weekend to end. And this has been a pivotal moment. Could this be that we have a new champion for 2021? Because what's just happened has sent Rudy Champion all the way to the back of the field, and there he is. This gives Carl Clébaut a big opportunity. I think it's going to be too close to call, because now, as Kilian Gerhardt puts one boot on the other foot, so to speak, as he's just done a dive up the inside of Yanni Gussens through turn 2 after Gussens' emphatic hard-charging overtake going through turn 7. Could the feat be repeated? Well, if Yanni Gussens was a bit closer to Kilian Gerhardt, that might be the case. Eight minutes and 37 seconds still to go. And it is all change. Then Van Parijs' charge towards the front end of the field was rather curtailed abruptly through that incident that saw Rudy Champion mount the back bumper of Jordi Collen. And Van Parijs now drops down to 13th. But effectively, he has got the title secured for a second successive season, wrapping up his third in BNL Karting Series history, the first one being Senior Rotax back in 2016. The year before that, we saw the likes of Rinus VK, I'm trying to get his bloody name right again. Rinus van Kamphart, there we go. Finally, I got it out after saying it earlier on, and Oliver Askew as well, who was the Indy Lights champion in 2019. Linus was the runner-up that season. Linus actually visited us at the final round 2 years ago. Was training with everyone, which was good to have him with us. Then Van Parijs back up into 11th position, but Mick Knowlton looking to make it a double here on finals day, the last finals day of the season. And Jonathan Wimore has now, that has changed a little bit here, because without drop scores, the best 10 out of 12 scores are taken from the respective competitors over the course of the season if they completed all 3 rounds. So this is where it's going to get close. I think it's going to be single-digit points that decide it at the end of it all. But whatever's happened, it's been a fantastic year for those that have been able to complete the whole championship season. And just to think, 6 months, well over 6 months ago, 29 weeks or so. Yeah, 29 weeks and 2 days ago, I was at my home commentating on the BNL Karting Series for the kickoff. And now, just over 6 months later, I'm back here at the home of champions. And what a pleasure it's been. Fantastic weather, fantastic people to catch up with in person rather than having to WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger or phone calls or whatever. It's great to be back in the paddock here personally, and such a pleasure. We've got 6 minutes plus a lap of the season to go. Mick Knowlton still leads the way. Ragnar Veres in second. Patrick Knowles, Lochmelis in third. Kilian Gerhard, Yannick Gussens ran at the top 5 as there goes Glenn Van Parijs up the inside of Christoph Adams. And that's 9th overall, but effectively 7th in DD2. 3/10 was the gap last time round as we completed lap number 8. We're on lap number 9. And Knowlton just calmly getting on with business, trying not to look behind him. And Devin Sagadi looks to have pulled the car into the pit lane. And that is it for the Estonians' run this weekend, I'm afraid, on lap number 6. 8 minutes down, 5 to go. Van Parijs will now depose of Maxim Didix in the 499. Putting him 8th in the race, but that puts him P6 in DD2. And Rudy Champion has done his championship hopes all the favours in the world because he's got past Maxim Shaposhnikov and is about 1.7 seconds behind Dmitry Ostrovsky from Germany. It looks like the pendulum swung one way at the beginning of the race to one driver, and then it swung back the other in favour of the one that was leading the championship coming into this final round of the season. But the gap has stayed no higher than 5/10 of a second, with Mick Knowlton and Ragnar Veres still controlling proceedings. Patrick Stockmelis still in 3rd place. 4th is Kilian Gerhard. Yannick Gussens about 3 or so kart lengths behind in 5th. Bruno Dos Santos leading Carl Clebot across the line last time round on the completion of lap 10 by about nearly half a second. So once again, we come across the line, lap number 12 underway. And the gap now extends between Knowlton and Veres to the tune of 4.5 of a second. Lochmelis a further 5.6 of a second adrift in P3. With 2 minutes and 30 to go. Knowlton waited a lengthy time for a victory. And if things stay as they are for the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap, he'll close out his season in the best way possible and secure the runner-up status in the championship this year. Across the line, and the top 3 now covered by 1 second. Gerhard 1.7 seconds adrift, but looks like Yannick Gussens is closing in on the French driver in the 425, running with RM Concept, run by Morgan Riche. This is an enthralling little battle that could be all the way down to the checkered flag, the last one of the season. Quite interesting from the commentary position to my immediate right. I can see the rumble strips coming out of turn number 9, and some of the drivers, I can hear the tyres sort of going, you know, which is quite an interesting sound to hear. It's like they get that sort of vibration through that side of the steering and also on the back axle. But we're into the last 60 seconds, and Knowlton has started pulling away. A little bit more daylight at the end of the tunnel for the Dutchman. Vice champion in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy back in 2018. Opens up it changes the angle of the air flap on the radiator. There's a gap between him and Ragnar Virus, 6.5 tenths. So the penultimate lap of the season for 2021 is finally underway. And Mick Knowlton heads through into turn 5 for what is the penultimate time as the timer strikes 0. That is it. One more lap remains to close out the season as the wind has started picking up a little bit off of the Europolan there. We've had fantastic sunshine, we've had fantastic racing action all the way through. And qualifying got underway yesterday morning. And the last lap board is being prepared for the 20th and final time. The last time this season. And Mick Knowlton will see it first. And his gap now extends to nearly 7.5 tenths of a second. Glenn Van Parijs now is about a tenth and a bit behind Carl Clébaut. So Van Parijs has got himself up into what will be effectively 6th in the race in DD2. The leaders make their way through turn number 7 for the final time off of the Europolan. As Kilian Gerhardt and Jan Augustin still battling way over 4th position. This could go down to the wire. But in the meantime, out of turn 11 for the final time comes Mick Knowlton. And the checkered flag waves for the 20th and final time. Mick Knowlton does the double on the final day of the season. Ragnar Virus in 2nd, Lokmelis in 3rd, Gerhardt. And there it is, Glenn Van Parijs crosses the line in 7th position, 6th, and that puts him on the title side of things. I'm not too sure it's close for DD2 Masters, but I might make an educated guess that it's going to be a handful of points between Rudy Champion and Carl Clébaut, and I think it might have gone to the 544 from France. But let's have a look at the results for the final race of this season. Mick Knowlton does the double on finals day, the last one of the season, by 0.66 ahead of Ragnar Virus from Estonia. Patrick Snows Lokmelis in 3rd. Kilian Gerhardt, Jan Augustins, Bruno Dos Santos wins DD2 Masters final race of the season. Glenn Van Parijs is the champion in DD2 for this year ahead of Maxime de Riche, Christophe Adams, Tom Dessert. Rudy Champion finishes 12th, and I think provisionally that gives him the DD2 Masters title for a 2nd year in succession, ahead of Jonathan Wimore, Dimitri Ostrovsky, with Maxim Shaposhnikov rounding out the 15 strong that finished the race. Devin Segardi unfortunately retired on lap 6, and Yori Colin on lap number 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, that has concluded the racing action for 2021. Those watching at home, don't adjust your television sets, because we'll be back with our podium celebrations for the weekend winners, the championship podium, and also the presentation of 6 tickets for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals coming up very, very soon indeed.
De mama van Tommy. Ik zal maar zeggen dat het van Zwitserland speciaal voor deze race was. Hè. Die shopping en zo zou ik er maar af laten zeggen.
Testing. Ah. 1, 2, there we go. Test, test. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the official podium and celebrations for the final round of the 2021 BNL Karting Series season. So good to see so many familiar faces. Let's kick-start things off with our youngest class, Micromax, in 5th place with 47 points. And number 24, Vic van Kampenhout. In 4th position with a total of 50 points, number 12, Lucas Stodder. In 3rd place with a total of 65 points, number 48, Tom Pappenberg. That's the weekend results, not the championship ones, they'll come next. In your runner-up this weekend with a total of 73 points, number 10, Jente Moonen. And your weekend winner for the final round of the championship, total of 95 points, number 30, Boris Maximov. Also a big thank you to our friends at Kambuka for providing these fantastic water bottles for our drivers. So please give your Micromax weekend podium a round of applause. Well done. Thank you very much, well done. Next up, weekend results for Minimax. In 5th position with a total of 42 points, number 103, Mats van Rooyen. In 4th position with a total of 55 points, number 198, Lawrence Hebel. In 3rd place with a total of 69 points, number 108, Mies Huben. Your weekend runner-up with a total of 72 points, number 182, Dave Stevens. And your weekend winner with a perfect score, number 196, Matej Radankovic. And these drivers also receive a water bottle with the BNL logo on it, courtesy of our friends over at Kambuka. So please give your Minimax weekend podium a big cheer and a round of applause. Well done. Next up, we go to the top 3 in our weekend results for junior rucksacks. In 3rd position, with a total of 58 points, number 276, Farin Mega. In 2nd position, with a total of 86 points, number 254, Tommy van der Stroijs. And your weekend winner with a total of 90 points, 274, Kai Geerlaerts. And also the top 3 receiving their water bottles courtesy of Kambuka. So please give your junior rucksacks weekend podium a round of applause. Congratulations. Next up, DD2. In 3rd position with a total of 65 points, number 418, Patrick Snows Lokmanis. Your weekend runner-up for DD2, total of 76 points, number 403, Mick Knowlton. Your DD2 weekend winner with a total of 81 points, number 441, Ragnar Virus. Okay, next up our penultimate weekend podium. This time it is DD2 Masters. 3rd place, total of 58 points. Number 555, Christoph Adams. Your runner-up in DD2 Masters this weekend with a total of 86 points. Number 510, Carl Klibbo. And your weekend winner in DD2 Masters. Total of 86 points. Number 503, Bruno dos Santos.
Oh, nee, dat had ik niet eerst gemaakt. Gewoon iets anders. Oneerlijk dat de zusje wel op de kamer zit.
Al die kamer. Alleen maar geld te spelen.
Ja, oma is niet altijd.
Niet met het geld, maar liever.
Ja, jullie hebben al wat jullie doen.
Dan ga ik hier nog liever huurkamer.
man. Wat hè? Nummer 1 is er niet. Nee, Mick Nolte was er ook niet. Oh jawel, dat is Mick. Hij is te laat. Die man bedoel ik, die rijdt altijd in Team Belgium.
Your last weekend podium, you turn your attention to senior road tax.
Dat is een... Nee, dat is een
In third position with a total of 51 points, driver number 319, Sam Bergstein.
Die scoort voor. Ja, dat heb je wel eens, kleine kindjes worden groot. Kijk naar jezelf. Ja.
Met een Tommy.
Runner-up in senior road tax this weekend with a total
Wist je dat nog
of
niet? Dat wist ik al
73
een jaar
points.
geleden.
Number 316, Lachlan Robinson.
Maar die was bijna even voor de sky, terwijl die nummer 2 stond. En kijk, moet soms de
Jontech Industrieel Onderhoud.
And your weekend winner with the perfect score.
Reclame maken.
Total of 100 points. Number 301, Sean Butcher.
Muziekkamer. Dus als je nu zo...
So can I just ask that everyone that has received the trophy so far to please stay behind? We would appreciate that. Right, then we go to the official championship results and our podiums to celebrate the end of the season. So we turn our attention to the championship standings in Micromax. 5th place with a total of 119 points, Stig de Rijdenmaker.
Jontech.
Fourth position with a total of 136 points, number 24, Vic van Kampenhout. In third position with a total of 153 points, number 10, Jente Moonen. Your runner-up in the championship with a total of 221 points, number 30, Boris Maximov. And your 2021 BNL Karting Series Micromax champion with 225 points, number 48, Tom Pappenberg. Right, and now without further ado, the first of 6 Road Tax Max Challenge Grand Finals tickets are now officially awarded. Tom Pappenberg, it's got your name on it. Congratulations. You're heading to Bahrain in December. Well done, congratulations. So next up, we turn our attention to the championship standings for Minimax. In 5th position with 103 points, 106 points, 103, Mats van Rooyen. Right, fourth position with 142 points. Driver number 198, Lawrence Arbos. Third place in the championship with 165 points. Number 182, Dave Stevens. Your runner-up with a total of 185 points. Driver number 108, Mies Huben. But your 2021 BNL Karting Series Minimax champion with a total of 250 points. Driver 196, Matej Radenkovic. And now, Matej Radenkovic gets presented with his tickets for the grand finals to represent Team Belgium. So Matej, proficiat! Next up, we head to Junior Rotax. With a total of 145 points in third position. Number 242, Matti Sturlo. Second position on 146 points. Number 276, Fine Mega. And your 2021 BNL Karting Series Junior Max champion with a total of 230 points. Give it up for the 274. He's already walking that way. It's Kai Gilatz. And now we present our third grand finals ticket, and this one, Fine Mega, it's yours. Congratulations. Next up, it's DD2 in third position with a total of 163 points. Driver number 441, Ragnar Veres. Your runner-up in 2021 with 167 points. Number 403, and I've seen him, Mick Knowlton. And your 2021 BNL Karting Series DD2 champion with a total of 224 points. This is his third title, and it's a defence, a successful one, none other. Give it up for Glenn Van Parijs. And Dave, not again. And Dave Ritson will present Glenn with his grand finals ticket for Bahrain in the middle of December. Okay, next up, our penultimate championship podium of the season. In third position with a total of 146 points. Driver number 503, Bruno dos Santos. Your runner-up this season, well, hold on, you wait. In second position with a total of 210 points, number 544, le champion. And your 2021 BNL Karting Series DD2 Masters champion. He won this title back in 2019. He's on the top step for 2021. It's Carl Clément. He's dressed for the occasion, isn't he? And without further ado, Dave Ritson will present Carl with his ticket for the Grand Finals. He represented Team Belgium back at Sarno in 2019 and he's going to do it again in Bahrain. Please give them a round of applause. And now your final championship podium. We do want to take a big group picture of everybody before you all head home. It's Senior Road Tax. In third position with a total of 129 points, number 321, Max Demmerink. Your runner-up in 2021 with 158 points, driver 316, Lachlan Robinson. And your 2021 BNL Karting Series Senior Road Tax champion. He's defended his title successfully, Sean Butcher. And now, I like that, Lachlan. Nice jaunt there at Shawnee. Right, come on, further ado, come on, give Sean his ticket for the Grand Finals. Well done, Sean, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your Championship Senior Road Tax podium for 2021 a round of applause. Well done, guys. We do want everyone that's got a trophy to stay with us. We want to take a big group photo for the tickets. Right, if I can ask for every single driver that has got a Road Tax Max Challenge Grand Finals ticket for Bahrain to make their way to the podium, please. Need to take a group photo of everyone. You see, you even got a note on the back of that one, Sean, didn't you?
Goed, ik vind het geweldig. Echt waar. Allemaal, dat die vrouw daarachter.
En Lambo pensie trekken.
Twee winnaars. Verschillende leeftijdscategorieën of 2 en 3. Ah, 1 en 2. 1 en 2. Ja, iedereen is er met zijn mossel aan.
For those watching at home, thank you very much for joining us over the course of the weekend. We'll see you in 2022. Stay tuned for news about our upcoming calendar. Thank you and goodbye. And safe journey home to everyone here at the Home of Champions. Thank you, it's been a pleasure. Goodbye.